Hello everybody, we are live from the Mokdong Ice Rink in beautiful Seoul, South Korea for this main session of the ISU World Cup Short Track. My name is Danny Lemay and I'll have the pleasure to be your host in the next 4 hours for an exciting final day of the competition. So on schedule today we have the medal rounds for the last two individual events of the competition. The always spectacular 500 meters and the second racing of the weekend for the more strategic 1500 meter. The icing on the cake will come later in the session with the final A for the relay events, the women's 3000 meter and the men's 5000 meter, where 5 teams will be racing for gold, silver, and bronze. This is the 4th ISU World Cup of the 2023-2024 season. The first 2 stops were in Montreal, Canada last October at the legendary Maurice Richard Arena, and after a pause for a few weeks, the short track circus moved to Asia for a first stop in Beijing last weekend and in Seoul this weekend before taking a pause for the holiday season. We see the list of the officials for the competition. The chief referee, Mr. Michel Dumont from Canada. The on-ice assistants, Daniel Fiorenza Sr. and Lee Yun-suk. The assistant referee video, Sarah Henderson and Claire Taylor. The starter for the men, Brian Chartier. For the women, Kim Sang-chol, and the competitor stewards, Brett Thorosell and Kwon Bok-hee. Good crowd at the Mokdong Ice Rink. Early for this Sunday afternoon in Seoul. So mentioned earlier, this is the 4th stop of the ISU World Cup circuit for the 23-24 season. To start the year 2024, the European skaters will get to compete in the prestigious European Championships in Gdansk, Poland in early January before resuming the World Cup season in February 1st in Dresden, Germany, and then in Gdansk again for the final World Cup of the season, at which point the ISU Crystal Globe will be awarded to the best male and female skaters of the season. Leading the overall standings so far in the season are Kim Gilly from the Republic of Korea and Steven Dubois from Canada. Dubois took the lead in the overall ranking by winning the 1000 meter yesterday afternoon in Seoul. So the stage is set for an exciting session. And I'd like to take a moment to say hello to my fellow ISU live stream hosts, Gavin, Hassel, and Patrick. Kudos for a great job in the first half of the season, and we'll wrap it up. An exciting weekend of racing in Seoul this afternoon with the set of medal rounds for the 500 meters and the second racing of the weekend in the 1500 meter. Our referees are in the ice, the track stewards as well. We're getting ready for action at the Mokdong Ice Rink. We'll have a set of 4 heats in the women 500 meter. That event was raced twice last weekend in Beijing. We see some of the skaters that will be competing in that heat number 1. The first and second place skaters from each race, and up to a maximum of 2 fastest third place skaters qualify for the semifinals. So we'll have a set of 4 races in the women to start with, then the 4 heats in the men 500 meters. We see the starters here on the main platform, Brian Chartier and Kim Sang-chol. And here they are, the skaters jumping on the ice, stepping onto the ice. We'll have 2 Chinese in this heat number 1, the 5-time 500 meter world champion, 3-time Olympic medalist Fan Ke-shing. She'll be starting from lane number 1. She's going to be accompanied by her teammate Wang Yi, 11th in the overall World Cup ranking so far this season. We'll have on track from Kazakhstan, Yana Khan. From the USA, number 50, Julie Latte. And from Japan, she qualified through the repêchage round earlier today, Nakashima Mirei. And here it is, Fan Ke-shing won 2 medals in this event last weekend at home in Beijing. Currently ranked 14th in the race for the Crystal Globe, the overall ranking of the ISU World Cup short track. We just heard the whistle that will bring the skaters to the line for this first race of an exciting session this afternoon in Seoul.
Go to the start.
And we are racing at the Mokdong Ice Rink in Seoul, and what a fast start as expected by the two Chinese. Fan Kersing and Wan Yi taking an early lead. Remind you that the first two at the finish line automatically qualify for the semifinals and will be picking up a maximum of two fastest third place skaters. With 2.5 laps to go now, Fan Kersing in the lead, Wang Yi in second, Yana Khan in third. Can Yana Khan move up in the ranking? Julie Lette from the USA in fourth, making a move on the inside and diving to take the third position out of Yana Khan. We are now in the final lap, well in control are the two Chinese, Fan Kersing and Wan Yi, as they are driving to the line. First and second, unofficially in third, is Julie Lette from the USA. Unofficial time for Fan Kersing, 42.956 unofficially. Our winner in this heat number one. As I mentioned earlier, Fan Kersing, 5-time 500-meter world champion. The 3-time Olympian, 3-time Olympic medalist, her teammate Wang Yi, who had a great start, starting from lane number 3. And nice comeback at the end for Julie Lette from the USA. Might be able to make it to the semifinals. We'll be picking up a maximum of two fastest third-place skaters to be potentially qualified by time. In short track, advancements on the referee's decisions are moving up in the ranking prior to the qualifying by time. We see at center ice here the chief referee, Michel Dumont, will likely be confirming his decisions any moment now, and then we'll be ready to proceed with heat number 2. Again, we'll have 5 skaters in this next race, the heat number 2. Looks like we're going to have a bit of a delay before we can resume the action. Some technical difficulties back in Seoul with the timing deck. So that's why they're likely enabling the athletes to keep themselves warm. It's quite cold at the Mokdong Ice Rink from what I was told. And I just got a confirmation that we have a bit of a technical delay with the time devices and the transponders in Seoul, so let's be patient here and we'll be ready for action in just a moment. Still have three heats left. Will be interesting to see the world record holder and reigning world champion in this event, Chandra Velsoboe from the Netherlands, in heat number 4. Good crowd so far at the Mokdong Ice Rink. The Koreans, South Koreans, among the biggest short track fans in the world. They had the chance to have the Winter Olympic Games back in 2018 in Pyeongchang. And we see also the athletes section for those that have not qualified for the main World Cup competition. Skaters had to go through the qualifying rounds on Friday. Some had a chance to qualify through the repêchage earlier today in Seoul. And for the others, well, they have a chance to watch the action live in the arena at the Mokdong Ice Rink. Again, a good crowd trying to keep themselves warm in fairly cold conditions in Seoul. Times have been reasonably fast. And talking about cold, the Polish coach, Gregory Durand, doesn't seem to need a jacket, which looks like it's not the case for the other coaches in the coaches section. But again, we are just experiencing some delay on the timing deck, and we'll be ready to resume the action anytime soon with this heat number 2. If you're just joining us, we had the first quarterfinal, and now we have the official results. Fan Kersing, Wan Yi first and second. Julie Lette in third. May qualify with one of the fastest times. Will pick up a maximum of two fastest third-place skaters. Looks like the issues that they had in Seoul have been solved. And we're ready to proceed. Ricky Doak, Wan Shiran, Park Ji-yoon, Kamila Stormovska, and Yelizaveta Sidorko will be in this heat number 2.
To the start.
And we're off in this heat number 2, and it is the Canadian Ricky Doak who took an early lead, but the race has been called back. Some contact, two skaters going down in that first corner. The starters and the chief referee are allowed to call the race back if there's a contact or a fall that prevents skater from starting cleanly in that very first corner, and that was the case. We'll see the replay here. Strong start by Ricky Doak from Canada, and we see the contact by the Korean Park Ji-yoon and the Chinese Wan Shirang. Ricky Doak won a gold, her first individual gold medal of her World Cup career in Montreal in October. At World Cup number 2, she's 6th in the 500-meter World Cup ranking, so one of the favorites in this distance. Today in Seoul, the Polish Kamila Stormovska, 18th in the overall World Cup ranking. Skated really well yesterday, up to a 4th place in the 1,000 meter. In good shape this weekend in Seoul. Park Ji-yoon finished 5th in the 1,500 meter in yesterday's competition. And the Ukrainian Yelizaveta Sidorko qualified through the repêchage round earlier this morning, Seoul time, which explains her starting position as starting position number 5. She won't have much to lose in this heat number 2.
Go to the start.
And we're off. Will this be a clean start? What a start again by Ricky Doak from Canada, creating an early lead on the Chinese, the Koreans, and the Polish. The speedster from Canada, Ricky Doak in front. What a battle for second place. Wang Shiran, 23rd in the overall World Cup ranking, currently sitting in second. Her eyes on Ricky Doak. The first two at the finish line automatically qualify for the semifinals. Look out for Kamila Stormovska. Can she make a comeback late in the race? What a battle between Stormovska and Wan Shiran, and what a contact near in that final turn. Unfortunately for Stormovska, she went down. Let's wait and see for the decision here. We might need to go to the video review on that one, but unofficially, looks like Ricky Doak will be our winner in this heat number 2. Unofficial time of 43.57. So a wire-to-wire win for the Canadian Ricky Doak, the 500-meter specialist. Took an early lead, created a gap. We see here late in the race some of the passing made by Kamila Stormovska first on the Korean Park Ji-yoon, and trying to make her way to the second position ahead of Wang Shirang. She did not want to stay there, and unfortunately for her, she went down in that final corner. But again, let's wait and see for the official results in this heat number 2. And here they are, the results. Ricky Doak first, Wang Shirang second, and Yelizaveta Sidorko from Ukraine winds up in third. May qualify by time. Again, we'll be picking up a maximum of 2 skaters among the fastest thirds to qualify for that semifinal. For now, the time of Julie Latte, 43.279 of a second, the fastest among the third placers. Time now for heat number 3. We'll have, as we see on the screen, Selma Poutsma, 5th in the overall World Cup ranking, 2nd in the 500-meter World Cup ranking. She's going to be accompanied by Lee Se-yoon from Korea, Chiara Betti from Italy, Florence Brunel from Canada, and from Belgium, Tineke Dendolk.
Go to the start.
And they're off in this heat number 3. And again, what a fast start. Similar to Ricky Dogue in the previous heat. It is Selma Patsma who create a significant gap in that first lap. What an opening by Poutsma, the Dutch, the 500-meter specialist. But the fight is really for second position between E from Korea, Betty from Italy, and look out for the 4-time junior world champion Florence Brunel from Canada, currently sitting in 4th. It's anyone's game in Seoul for that second position. They are now in the middle lap. Selma Poutsma taking the lead since the beginning. Can Yi Seon hold on to Betty and Brunel? And it's going to be very tight at the line. What a finish by Florence Brunel, the Canadian. We'll certainly go to the photo finish on that one. A battle since that very first corner between the Korean Yi So-yeon, the Italian Chiara Betty, and the Canadian Florence Brunel. Very convincing win for the Dutch. Selma Poutsma, one of the favorites in this distance. Her teammate Sandra Velzeboer being the leader in the World Cup ranking in this distance. We see here the action and the fight between the Korean, the Italian, and the Canadian. Brunel trying to make a move on the inside. That might be too little too late for Brunel, but let's wait and see. Every thousandth of a second, every inch will be important to separate the second, the third, and the 4th placed skaters in this race. And what a finish here. Looks like E has been just about a tenth of a second ahead of Brunel. We'll have the official results coming up shortly from Seoul. And here they are. Poutsma first, 42.714. I believe the fastest time so far in this round. Yi Se-yeon second, and Florence Brunel from Canada in 3rd place with what I believe is the second fastest time of the 3rd placers after the first 3 heats.
Go to the start. Right.
Time now for heat number 4 of the women's 500-meter quarterfinals. And the race has been called back once again. Some contact and spills in that very first corner. Sandra Velzeboer quickly going to the coach's box, probably to have her blades checked. Velzeboer, bronze medalist yesterday in the 1,000-meter, 3rd in the overall World Cup ranking. She's the reigning 500-meter world champion and world record holder in this distance. The world record at the time of 41 seconds, 416 thousandths of a second, skated in Salt Lake City in 2022. She's going to be accompanied by Park Ji-hon from South Korea. Park, who finished 9th yesterday in the 1,000 meter. Nicole Masur from Poland. Konya Sofia from Hungary. And starting from lane position number 5, René Stinge from Canada. So again, the race was called back. Skaters are allowed a moment to have their blades checked. We'll also make sure that there's no holes or issues with the track in that very first corner. Chief referee Michel Dumont giving his blessing on the ice. And the starters have called the skaters to the starting line. We'll be ready to proceed and resume the racing in Seoul for heat number 4, the last heat in the women 500 meter.
Go to the start. Right.
Let's see if we'll have a clean start in this heat number 4, and here they are. Sandra Velzeboer, as expected, takes an early lead. Park Ji-hon from South Korea in 2nd. The Polish Nikola Mazur in 3rd position. Skating from the front, it's Velzeboer, 9 seconds in lap number 2. Again, the battle is for 2nd place, and on the inside, well done move by the Polish Nikola Mazur, overtaking the Korean Park. Konya Zsófia from Hungary will try to move up in third position. The Canadian Steens currently still in fifth and last place. And what a gap created by Velzeboer. 8.85 seconds in the last lap. And at the end, unofficial time of 42.84 for the Dutch. And one of the favorites in this distance, Chandra Velzeboer. We have that yellow box at the bottom left on the screen, meaning that one of the actions in the race is currently under video review. So far, the official times of the third place skaters: Julie Latte in heat number 1, 43.279. Sidorko in heat number 2, 44.561. And Brunel was also in the 43-second range, 43.795. So Florence Brunel will have to wait and see if her time will allow her to move in the semi-final to the semi-final rounds. And we have the official results. Chandra Velzeboer and Nicole Massour qualified. Pargy on 44.140 thousandths of a second. So we'll have to wait and see, but looks like Julie Latte and Florence Brunel might be advancing to the next round. And here we have the list of qualifying skaters. Fan Kersing, Wan Yi, Ricky Dog, Wan Shirang, Selma Poutsma, Isoyun, Chandra Velzeboer, Nicole Massour, Julie Latte, and Florence Brunel will be in the semifinals later during the session. Up next, we'll have the first heat in the men 500 meter. Time now for heat number 1. Again, 5 skaters on track. The first and second place skaters from each race. And a maximum of 2 fastest third place skaters qualify for the semifinals. Again, 2 Chinese in this race. Sun Long takes an early lead. Right behind him is Cao Yira, the Korean, who's 33rd in the overall World Cup ranking. The other Chinese, Liu Shaolin, the 3-time Olympian, chasing hard. In third place, Tunbour and Stein Desmet, who qualified through the repêchage, currently at the back of the pack in 4th and 5th. And what a pace set early on by Sun Long. 8.2 seconds in lap number 1 and overtaken right away by Cao Yira, the Korean, and the other Chinese. Liu Shaolin now in second position. What a fight in Seoul. Tunbour holding on to his third place, and at the finish, Cao Yira first, Liu Shaolin second, and unofficially in third is Tunbour from the Netherlands. Again, we are at the video review here for one of the actions. So Sarah Anderson and Claire Taylor currently looking at one of the actions in this heat number 1. What a start by Sun Long, silver medalist in Beijing last weekend in the 500 meter. But the Korean Cao Yira went all out in that second lap to overtake by the inside. Very clean move by the Korean. And what about Liu Shaolin, the 3-time Olympian, made an inside pass on his teammate in the second half of the race. Unofficially for now, second in that heat number 1. Clearly, Cao Yira wanted badly to qualify for the semifinal, skating in front of the home crowd at the Mokdong ice rink. We see here the action being looked at later in that race as the Dutch went for a block, trying to keep his place ahead of the Chinese Sun Long. Chief referee Michel Dumont currently looking at the action and also entering his decision on the main tablet. And as soon as we have the decision, we'll be ready to proceed with the heat number 2. Michel Dumont back at center ice, so looks like he has already entered his decision. We'll get to see the official results on the main screen shortly. And here it is. We had a penalty to the Dutch, Tunbour, and that leaves Cao Yira and Liu Shaolin officially qualified for the semifinals. Let's see for the official video replay for the penalty. And here it is. The penalty was called in the straight arm block for skater number 34, Tunbour. We get to see near the end the arm block as he entered the corner. Should have kept his a straight line without blocking with the arm as the Chinese tried to pass, and that led to the penalty by the decision of the referee, Michel Dumont.
Go to the start. Ready.
Time now for heat number 2 of the men 500 meter. We have 2 skaters from Kazakhstan, the 3-time Olympian Denis Nikisha and Kleb Iptenchko from the Netherlands, Kai Hausman from China, Liu Xiaowang, the reigning 500 meter Olympic champion from Belgium, Adrian de Vectere, and from the Czech Republic, Radek Fajkus. And what a fast start by Denis Nikisha, the 500 meter specialist from Kazakhstan, 3-time Olympian, skating ahead of Kai Hausman from the Netherlands. Look out also for Liu Xiaowang. Liu Xiaowang, 6th for now in the overall World Cup ranking, but leader in the 500 meter. And what a well-done move on the inside by the veteran Liu, overtaking the Dutch and finishing right behind the Kazakh, Denis Nikisha, in an unofficial time of 40.82. Again, we'll be on the lookout for the times of the third-place skaters, as we'll be picking up a maximum of 2 fastest third-place skaters to qualify for the semifinals, along the skaters that will be finishing those quarterfinal heats in the top 2 positioning. And what an inside pass made, what a beauty by Liu Xiaowang, who finished 10th yesterday in the 1,000 meter and will be competing today in his favorite event, the 500 meter. Liu Xiaowang, the 4-time Olympic medalist. And here are the official results. Denis Nikisha first, Liu Xiaowang second. And in third place, Kai Hausman, 41.152. So for now, the time of Stein Desmet in heat number 1 is the fastest among all the third placers. We still have 2 heats left in the men 500 meter quarterfinals. Skaters are brought to the line for this heat number 3, where we'll have the Italian Pietro Sigel, the Canadian Felix Roussel, who won bronze yesterday in the 1500 meter, from the USA, Brandon Kim, from Poland, Lukasz Kozinski, and from Hungary, Tibor Daniel. Here it is, Pietro Sigel, who always has a lot of finishing speed. We'll be starting from lane number 1.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off, and making the most of that lane number 1 is Pietro Sigel, taking an early lead, but right behind him is Felix Roussel, the 500 meter specialist, who won bronze yesterday in the 1500 meter. A bit of a surprise for Roussel, but really took it as he skated in the final behind his teammate William Danjinu. Brandon Kim currently in third place, waiting for his time, waiting for an opening to come. Sigel keeping the pace. Roussel in second. Will he go for a more defensive track, or Kim will go for an outside push late in the race? We hear the bell indicating that we have 1 lap to go. Defensive track by Roussel, and Kim tries everything that he has at the end. Too little, too late potentially for the Americans, and we'll see between Sigel and Roussel for the first 2 positions. Again, the fastest time for now by skaters in third position, Stein Desmet in heat number 1, 40.878. We have the highlights of this heat number 3. Pietro Sigel, one of the most spectacular skaters in the World Cup circuit, skated from the front early, took advantage of that lane position number 1. Roussel skated well behind him, leaving no space for Brandon Kim, who wanted to go for a safer place by finishing second. Might qualify by time, but at least for now, looks like Stein Desmet might be in a good position to qualify, pending no advancement, of course, in heat number 4. And here are the final results. Pietro Sigel first, Felix Roussel second, and Brandon Kim winds up in third position. Time now for heat number 4, the last heat in the men 500 meter. We'll have ice resurfacing immediately after this race. We'll have 2 of the crowd favorites on this one. Hang Dehong, the 3-time Olympic medalist, his teammate He Jongmin, going to be accompanied by the Polish Mikhail Nowinski, the Italian Tomana Delini, and from Canada, 1 gold 3 times so far this season in this distance. 2-time gold medalist last weekend in Beijing in this distance, Jordan Pierre-Gilles.
Go to the start. Red.
Time now for heat number 4. The two Koreans will obviously try to give a good show to the crowd at the Mokdong Ice Rink in Seoul, taking an early lead. Hang and Lee in the first two positions. Look out for Jordan Pierre-Gilles starting in 5th place, now in 4th. What a comeback by Mikhail Nubinski, the 500-meter specialist, and by the inside, Nubinski moves ahead of Lee. Jordan Pierre-Gilles also picking up the speed. Will he go for an outside pass on the Korean late in the race? Dominating his heat is Hang Dae-on from the Republic of Korea. Nubinski in second. Pierre-Gilles went on the inside, had to help to hold on. And at the finish, Hang, Nubinski, and Lee in the first 3 position. The crowd seemed happy at the Mokdong Ice Rink. Hang Dae-on, the silver medalist yesterday in the 1,000 meter, the 3-time Olympic medalist, one of the short track stars in South Korea, unofficially winning heat number 4, the 500 meter, not necessarily his favorite event, but with the kind of start he had in that heat number 4, he could certainly make it to the podium in today's competition, especially if he has the chance to start from the 1st or 2nd position on the starting line. Clean pass made by Mikhail Nubinski, and that proved to be too little too late for Jordan Pierre-Gilles, who winds up in 4th. Pierre-Gilles starting from lane number 5. Pierre-Gilles 5th in the overall World Cup ranking, and let's wait and see for the final results before we take a pause for ice resurfacing. And here they are. Hang Dae-on first, Mikhail Nubinski second, and Lee Jung-min qualified with one of the 2 fastest times. We had no advancement in this set of quarterfinals, and we'll have the complete picture of the skaters qualified for the semifinals. Xiao Ira, Liu Shaolin, Denis Nikisha, Liu Shaoang, Pietro Sigel, Felix Roussel, Hang Dae-on, Mikhail Nubinski, Stein Desmet, and Lee Jung-min. So Stein Desmet skated the repêchage early this morning in Seoul and has so far made it to the semifinals. So that puts an end to the racing for the quarterfinals. Time now for ice resurfacing. I'll see you on the other side. We are back live from the Mokdong Ice Rink. In a moment, we'll have the first of 3 semifinals. In the women's 1500 meter, we see here on the screen the Crystal Globe leader in the overall World Cup ranking for the season, Kim Gilly. She won gold in the 1500 meter yesterday. Obviously, the crowd favorite in this race. Skaters brought to the line. This is the first of 3 semifinals.
Go to the south.
And we're off in this heat number 1 in the women 1500 meter, the first and second place skaters from each race, and up to a maximum of 1 fastest third place skater qualify for final A. We have on track, as I said earlier, Kim Gilly, the World Cup leader, wearing number 4 from the Republic of Korea. From Kazakhstan, Olga Tikhonova, surprised 6th yesterday in the same event. We're racing the 1500 meter twice in Seoul this weekend. On track from Hungary, 36 in the overall World Cup ranking, Silitse Nemet Rebecca. From Bulgaria, number 68, Catherine Manolova. From the USA, wearing number 5, second in the overall ranking, thanks to 2 gold medals last weekend in Beijing, Kristen Santos Griswold. From China, number 38, Chang Itza. And from Japan, number 42, Watanabe Aoi. So for now, Korean Kim Gilly, she was patient in the first part of that race, making her move on the outside, picking up the pace at the same time. The Chinese Chang Iza now in the lead, and not for long, as the Japanese Watanabe Aoi is our new leader. The speed has been picked up. We're now under 10 seconds per lap. First 2 skaters at the finish line automatically qualify for the A final. Reminder, may qualify for final B, and the speed has been picked up. Making her move on the inside is Chang Itza, and it looks easy for Kim Gilly. She won gold yesterday in the first racing on the 1500 meter. And look out now, what a pass made, beautiful pass made on the outside by Kristen Santos Griswold, who's also having quite a start of the 2023-2024 season. Setting the pace, definitely a tough heat for the other skaters, with the 2 top skaters in the World Cup ranking this season, Kim Gilly and Kristen Santos Griswold, setting quite a pace in this race, creating a gap on Chang Itza in 3rd place, Silitse Nemet Rebecca in 4th. And looks like it's going to be Santos Griswold and Kim Gilly all the way to the end. They hear the bell indicating that they have 1 more lap to skate. Looks easy for these 2. Chang Itza will push hard till the end. She has a chance to make it to the A final with potentially the fastest time among all 3rd place skaters. And one of the actions will be done under video review with that yellow box at the bottom left of your screen. This is heat number 1 in a series of 3 in the women's 1500 meters. Kim Gilly stayed patient early in the race. What an outside pass at that point in time by Kristen Santos Griswold. 2 of the strongest skaters in the competition currently in the top 2 positions in the overall World Cup ranking. They're going to be fighting for the season's crown. The Crystal Globe will be awarded after the final World Cup of the season in Gdansk next February. And they're now stepping onto the ice. We have the official video review of the action. The Hungarian and the Kazakh. Hungarian Silitse Nemet Rebecca and the Kazakh Olga Tikhonova. The 2 assistant referee video, Sarah Henderson and Claire Taylor, supporting Michel Dumont, the chief referee for this ISU World Cup short track number 4. Michel Dumont now back at center ice. That means he has given his final decision, and here it is. So we have a penalty for Silice Nemet Rebecca from Hungary. Kim Gillian, Kristen Santos, Griswold qualify for the A final. We see here the penalty in the straight. Lane change from inside to out, causing contact for the Hungarian. We see here the lane change that created the contact and the penalty on Silice Nemet Rebecca. The Kazakh Olga Tikhonova was not in qualifying position, so was not advanced to the A final. Coming up next, heat number 2 in the women's 1500 meter semifinals.
Go to the start.
Time now for heat number 2 in the series of 3 in the women's 1500 meters. On track from the Republic of Korea. She is the 2012 World Junior Champion, 2014 World Champion, Shim Suk-hee. From the USA, wearing number 10, she is 7th in the overall World Cup ranking. Corinne Stoddart from Italy. She's 25th so far this season in the World Cup ranking. Elisa Confortola. 2 skaters from Canada, number 2, Courtney Sarro, and number 13, Danae Blais. 1, 2 individual medals at the first 2 World Cups of the season back home in Montreal. Silver in the 1,000 meter, bronze in this event, the 1500 meter. From Japan, number 37, Irai Ami, and from the Netherlands, the 3-time Olympian, 3-time Olympic medalist, Yara van Kerkhoff. And van Kerkhoff qualified through the repêchage rounds earlier today. Currently sitting in 7th place. More of a strategic start on this one. Irai Ami currently setting the pace. Right behind her is Shim Suk-hee. On the outside, Courtney Sarro, the Canadian. The 1500 meter specialist now trying to make her way to the top. Shim Suk-hee in the lead. Look out for Danae Blais also skating her favorite event, the 1500 meter, patiently behind the Korean and also her teammate Sarro. The speed is slowly but surely being picked up. No one wants to stay at the back for too long. 6 laps to go. On the outside is Shim Suk-hee. That makes the crowd quite happy at the Mokdong ice rink. And on the outside, Corinne Stoddart, similar to her teammate Kristen Santon Griswold in heat number 1. She's moving on the outside and tries to create a gap on the field. Shim Suk-hee brings the other skaters with her, the 2 Canadians in position 3 and 4. Will we see a late move by Yara van Kerkhoff, who's more of a 500 meter specialist? She has nothing to lose at this point. Sarro in 3rd, Blais in 4th. What a pace set by Corinne Stoddart. She held on to her first place. And by the inside, well done move by Shim Suk-hee over Stoddart. We are now in the lap. Will we see an attack by Courtney Sarro and Danae Blais in that final corner as they are driving to the line? Shim Suk-hee, Stoddart, and Sarro 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Spectacular racing in this heat number 2. It was anyone's game. Stoddart made her way to the top. With about 4 laps to go, Shim Suk-hee skated smartly from the front most of the race. Used the energy from the crowd to her advantage. The Canadian stayed more in the middle of the pack, although Sarro tried to move to the top in that second part of the race. Good pace set by Corinne Stoddart, who won silver yesterday in that event, has the good legs in Asia for the World Cups 3 and 4. Won silver in the 1,000 meter in Beijing last week. And unfortunately for Sarro, looks like she is going to be in 3rd position. We'll have the official results coming up shortly, but certainly for the crowd at the Mokdong ice rink, they've been pretty satisfied to see the performance by the veteran Shim Suk-hee, and she'll be in the A final accompanied by Corinne Stoddart. Courtney Sarro will have to wait and see if her time will be fast enough to qualify for the A final, and Danae Blais will be back in the B final. We're waiting now for heat number 3. Fastest time among the third place skaters for now. Courtney Sarrault, 228.484, will be picking up a maximum of 1 fastest third place skater to qualify for the A final alongside the 6 skaters that will be in the top 2 positions in each of the 3 heats. We'll have again 7 skaters on track for heat number 3.
Go to the start.
Clean start for this heat number 3. On track from People's Republic of China. She won bronze yesterday in the first event of the 1500 meter of the weekend. Kong Lee from the Republic of Korea, number 18. 4th yesterday in that same event. Sao Hee-min from Canada, 15th in the overall World Cup ranking. Claudia Gagnon from Belgium, 4th in the overall World Cup ranking. She won gold in the 1000 meter yesterday. Anna Desmet from Italy, 2 skaters, Ariana Siegel and Gloria Ioratti. And from the Netherlands, she qualified through the repêchage round, Diede van Oorschot. Again, the top 2 skaters will move on to the A final, and we may pick up a maximum of 1 fastest third place skater for now. Courtney Sarrault has the option for that spot, obviously pending no advancement in this heat number 3 and a slower pace as well. Sao Hee-min skating from the front. Ariana Siegel right behind her, trying to save some energy for from the second position. Patiently in third is Claudia Gagnon. Look out for Anna Desmet, one of the favorites in this event. Gagnon now making her way to the second place ahead of Siegel. Desmet comfortably in 4th, probably waiting for an attack in the final 4 laps. Van Oorschot right behind her. Still Sao Hee-min in control of the race with 4.5 laps to go. She picked up the pace, and look out for Anna Desmet from 4th to 3rd to 2nd. Now neck and neck with Sao Hee-min, and keep on pushing. Our new leader, Hannah Desmet. What a strong push made late in the race. Look out also for Kong Lee on the outside. Can see women hold on to the Chinese. Look out for Siegel and Ioratti. What a finish here with that 2-lap mark. Gap created by Hannah Desmet. The fight is for position 2 and 3 between Kong Lee and Ariana Siegel, who has a lot of finishing speed in this event. And by the outside, what a move by the Italian, overtaking the Chinese. The Korean now in 3rd, Ioratti in 3rd, ahead of the Korean, and at the line, Anna Desmet wins it. Siegel 2nd, and her teammate Gloria Ioratti unofficially in 3rd position. What a finish by the 2 Italians. And what a powerful outside pass made by Anna Desmet from 4th to 1st. And just a couple of quick strides, and we see here the fan club of Hannah Desmet in the stands of the Mokdong Ice Rink. What a race for this heat number 3 of the women's 1500 meter. Claudia Gagnon at that point in the race, overtaking the Italian Siegel. And here it is, that big push made on the outside by Hannah Desmet, one of the favorites in this event. She won gold yesterday in the 1000 meter, and it looked easy. It looked really, really easy for Desmet. Doesn't even seem tired at the finish line. The 2 Italians seem quite happy. Will it be enough to qualify for Ioratti? And that's the reason why she was smiling. Not only Desmet and Siegel qualified for the A final, but Gloria Ioratti will also make it to the A final. That means that Courtney Sarrault in heat number 2 will only make it to the B final. And here are the finalists: Gilly Santos Griswold, Shim Stoddart, Desmet, Siegel, and Ioratti will be in the A final, fighting for gold, silver, and bronze later this afternoon. Stage is set for the first of 3 semifinals in the men 1500 meters.
Ready.
Kong Liu Shanshuo. From the Netherlands, 2 skaters, Friso Emmons, number 14, and Jans van Vout, number 9. Van Vout, 4th in the 1000 meter yesterday. And finally from Italy, he qualified through the repêchage earlier today, 11th in the overall World Cup ranking, Luca Speckenhauser. Park setting the pace. The Koreans skating more from the front so far today. Probably inspired by the crowd at the Mokdong ice rink, wanting to put up a good show. Setting the pace early, Brandon Corey, the Australian, the 2022 Olympian, currently setting in second. Speckenhauser now making a pass on the outside, right in the middle of Park and Corey. And from Turkey, Furkan Akar, 44th in the overall World Cup ranking this season. Currently in first position. Skaters currently pacing themselves, making sure that they have enough in the tank for the final 2-3 laps, where everything is going to be happening. Again, the Crystal Globe winner, the initial Crystal Globe winner on the men's side, Park Ji-hon, in first place, 9.2 seconds. 4 laps remaining. He seems well in control. Furkan Akar very satisfied with that second place. Friso Emmons in third. The other Dutch, Jans van Vout, might have some issues with one of his blades. His teammates Hemmon in third will try to qualify. Look out for Luca Speckenhauser. Again, a lot of finishing speed on the Italian side and by the outside. Emmons now making an attack on Furkan Akar. Can Luca Speckenhauser come back on our 2 lead skater? It seems easy for Park. Emmons, Speckenhauser driving to the line. We'll go to the photo finish between Speckenhauser and Friso Emmons, the Italian and the Dutch, fighting for a spot in the A final. But certainly for Park Ji-hon, he had a lot left in the tank, qualifying for that A final. Let's wait and see for the official results. And again, Speckenhauser skating the rep rounds earlier this morning, probably generating some momentum. Hopefully he has some gas left in the tank for the next round, as both Speckenhauser and Emmons were able to pass Furkan Akar late in that race. And again, what a finish between the 2 skaters. Let's wait and see for the official results. And here it is, less than 1/10 of a second. Looks like it's going to be Speckenhauser in second position, the Italian with that finishing kick, one of the specialists at the finish line. And here are the results. Park Ji-hon first, Luca Speckenhauser second, and may qualify by time, the Dutch, Friso Emmons. Time now for the second semifinal, heat number 2. We see here the leader in the Crystal Globe competition, the overall World Cup ranking, Steven Dubois, thanks to a gold medal in a spectacular 1000 meter A final yesterday. He's going to be accompanied by Itzhak Delat, Nurtilek Kazgeli, Song Jiawa, the Chinese from Hungary, Bontovic Balac from the People's Republic of China, Chen Siwei, who skipped the first 2 World Cup of the season, the 2-time Olympian, 3-time Olympic medalist. And there's going to be another Canadian in that heat number 2, Pascal Dion, bronze medalist yesterday in the 1000 meter, the finance student at Concordia University, the 2-time Olympian, 2-time Olympic medalist. A bit of a delay before we have this heat number 2 underway. We just heard the whistle. That's a good sign. That means we can bring the skaters to the line. Starters Brian Chartier and Kim Sang-chul. 2 Canadians, 2 Chinese in this race, a Dutch, a Kazakh, and a skater from Hungary will be competing for at least 2 spots in the A final.
Go to the start. Ready.
And they're off for this heat number 2, a very strategic start. Taking an early lead is the 2-time Olympian Itzhak Dalat. Dalat, 30th so far in the World Cup ranking. The 2 Chinese moving to the top. Mentioned earlier, Chern Siwei skipped the first 2 World Cup of the seasons in Montreal. The 1,000-meter Olympic champion, currently sitting in second right behind his teammate Song Jiawa, who's currently 38 in the overall world ranking. Look out for the 2 Canadians skating one behind another. For now, it is Dion, the veteran, 2-time Olympian, skating on the outside. Dion typically skating from the front. Former 1,000-meter World Cup champion. More of a 1,000-meter specialist, but can typically skate smartly in the 1,500 meters. We'll try to save some legs for the finishing laps. The Chinese back on top. Again, Chern Siwei and his teammate Song Jiawa setting the pace. Dion in third. Bontovic Balach, 52nd in the overall World Cup ranking, but 7th yesterday in the first racing of the 1,500 meters. So looks like he has some good legs in that second portion of the World Cup season. The Kazakh Nurtilek Kazgali patiently sitting in 5th. Bontovic now on the inside tries to make a move on the Chinese. Dion back in second position, comfortably in front is Song. The Chinese, some changes in position in the middle of the pack, enabling Song and Dion to skate comfortably, obviously pushing hard to create a gap on the rest of the field. Dion and Song neck and neck. Bontovic, the Hungarian, has some gas left in the tank and some late in the late. On the inside, makes his move. What a pass made by Dion, creating a gap. And Itzhak Dalat hasn't said his final word. We are now in the bell lap in Seoul. And out of nowhere, it is Steven Dubois on the outside from third to second to the lead. Dion tries to hold on to his second place. Will it be the case, or Dalat has made a final move? Let's wait and see. But unofficially, our winner from Canada, Steven Dubois. One of the actions is currently under video review. And exciting heat number 2. Dubois stayed at the back of the pack. Haven't had a chance to mention his name once during the race. Stayed really at the back most of the time, saving energy. An all-or-nothing strategy that might pay off for the A final, as he will likely have the fresher legs. Dion skated from the front, might have run out of gas in the final meter. And Itzhak Dalat, the veteran, the 2-time Olympian, might have taken that second spot. Again, let's wait and see the final results. Dubois first, Itzhak Dalat second, and Pascal Dion might have a chance for the A final, pending the results of heat number 3. So Dion definitely the fastest time, that heat number 2, fastest heat than heat number 1. So there's still a hope for Pascal Dion, pending slower pace. Skaters warming up in this heat number 3. We'll have Niall Tracy from Great Britain, Yerke Bulan Shamuhana from Kazakhstan, Nathan Thomas from Poland. William Danjinu, bronze medalist last weekend in Beijing. Silver medalist yesterday in this event, the 1500 meter. Representing Canada, the other Kazakh, Adil Galyak-Metov. From Latvia, Renis Berzins, the 2022 Olympian. And from Republic of Korea, Jang Sung-hoo, who qualified through the repêchage earlier today and will certainly have the crowd behind him at the Mokdong ice rink.
Go to the start. Ready.
We're off for this heat number 3. ...2016 in Salt Lake City. Connect did not qualify for the main World Cup competition in this event. So for now, skater from Kazakhstan, Galyak-Metov, Shamuhanov, skating from the front. William Danjinu. Will he be skating more from the front, a bit like Pascal Dion in the previous heat, or like his teammate Steven Dubois, more at the back? For now, Danjinu is the one setting the pace. Tracy from Great Britain right behind him. The boat skaters now being overtaken by the Kazakh Shamuhanov. Shamuhanov 31st in the overall World Cup ranking. One of the skaters went down, I believe, the Latvian Renis Berzins. This is being under review. Now Tracy picking up the pace, 9.17 seconds. We're close to 43 kilometers an hour in that heat. Nothing's played out yet. 5 laps to go. Shamuhanov comes back to the top. Look out for Danjinu, the Canadian Cobra, in second position. The other Kazakh, Galyak-Metov, making his way to third place. Comfortably sitting in fifth is the Korean Jang Sung-hoo, waiting for his time, waiting for a final push. Now making a move on the outside from fifth to fourth to third. Now neck and neck with Shamuhanov. Can he make a move on the Kazakh? And will he go all the way? Just staying behind the Canadians, smartly behind Danjinu. And that bed lap, Danjinu, Jang first and second, Shamuhanov in third. Can he come back on the 2 leaders? Will be too little too late for the Kazakh. Comfortably in the win is William Danjinu, unofficially our winner. And looks like that heat number 3 might have been faster than heat number 2. So that might prevent Pascal Dion from qualifying to the A final. The time of Shamuhanov currently faster than Dion. So potentially, pending no penalty or advancement, we might have the skater in third position in that heat number 3 qualified for finally. You see here the highlights of heat number 3. After this race, we'll be moving to the set of semifinals in the sprint event, the 500 meter. A lot of passing, the cat and mouse game, typical of the 1500 meter. Danjinu off to a great start of the 2023-2024 season. Began with the Canadian Championship title for the first time of his young career. First individual gold medals at the World Cup back home in Montreal in October. We see here the action under review, as we had one of the skaters, Latvian Berzins, going down. Michel Dumont on the top left of the screen, reviewing the action, supported by Sarah Henderson and Claire Taylor, 2 assistant referee video. The other assistant referees, Dan Fioranza Sr. and Lee Yunsuk, they're both on the ice, covering their respective corners. Danjinu waiting for the final results. And here they are. Danjinu Shamohanov second. A penalty was awarded to the Korean Jang Sung-hoo. The crowd won't be happy about it, but we'll see the replay of the action that led to the penalty awarded by referee Michel Dumont. The penalty in the straight lane change from outside to in, causing contact. And that was an illegal move made by the Korean to protect his position, bringing down with him the Latvian. Unfortunately for him, he's being penalized. That will be good gift for Yerkebulan Shamohanov. And we see here the skaters qualified. Niall Tracy also qualified with the fastest time among the third placers. Time now for the first of two semifinals in the women's 500 meters. First and second place skaters from each race, and up to a maximum of one fastest third place skater qualified for final A. We see here the reigning world champion in this distance, the world record holder Chandra Velzeboer, starting from lane number 1. Right next to her is the 5-time 500-meter world champion Fan Kushing, her teammate Wang Shiran in lane 3. Li Siwon on lane 4, and Florence Brunel, the 4-time world junior champion, on lane 5. And we're off in this heat number 1 without a surprise. The Dutch Chantra Velzeboer, bronze medalist yesterday in the 1,000 meter, skating today her favorite event, the 500 meter. For now, only Fan Kushing is able to keep up the pace with the Dutch. There's a good battle for third position between the other Chinese, Wan Qiran and Li Soyun, fighting for third. Looks easy for Chantra Velzeboer, 8.6 seconds in lap number 2. We are now in the bell lap. Can Brunel come back in third place? Third place skater may qualify to the A final with one of the fastest time, but well out in front are Velzeboer and Fan Kushing in the first two positions, and unofficially in third position, Wan Qiran from the People's Republic of China. Not everyone can keep up with Chandra Velzeboer in that opening lap, and it was mission accomplished by Fan Kushing, the 2-time 500-meter medalist last weekend at home in Beijing, the 3-time Olympian, 3-time Olympic medalist, skating comfortably behind Chandra Velzeboer, who won bronze yesterday in the 1,000 meter, the world record holder in this distance. The 500 meter, one of the top skaters in the world since the beginning of this Olympic cycle that began last season. And here are the official results. Velzeboer, Fan Kushing, first and second, and may qualify for A final is Wan Qiran. Florence Brunel will be competing in the B final. Time now for semi-final number 2. Selma Poutsma, 5th in the overall world ranking, will be starting from lane number 1. Wang Yi, bronze medalist in the 500 meter in Beijing last weekend, from lane number 2. Julie Leté from the USA. From lane 3, Ricky Dogue, the Canadian, gold medalist in this distance at World Cup number 2 in Montreal, starting from lane 4. And for Nicola Mazur on lane 5 from Poland, she's going to have to go with quite an explosive start and a bit of hope in order to qualify for the next round. Not easy to start from lane 5 with just 4.5 laps to be skated for the 500 meter, the sprint event. And here it is, Nicola Mazur from Poland, 40th in the Crystal Globe ranking. Again, the Crystal Globe awarded last year for the first time. Susanna Scholfing from the Netherlands took it in the women's competition. Here's Julie Leté, 42nd in the Crystal Globe ranking. So will be a chance for Leté and Mazur to move up in the ranking. And the skaters have been called to the line.
Go to the start.
And here they are, heat number 2. The race is being called back. Ricky Doak went down in that first corner again in short track speed skating. The starters and the chief referee are allowed to call the race back if there's a severe contact between at least 2 athletes or one of them goes down being interfered. If a skater goes down by him or herself, the race won't necessarily be called back. We see here Laurent Daigneault, the blade technician from the Canadian team, making sure that the blades of Ricky Doak are in proper condition for the restart. And no surprise, I mean, Selma Poutsma, the Dutch Rocket, taking an early lead, and she will try to do that one more time as we restart that heat number 2. 2 semifinals for the women. First and second place skaters from each race, and up to a maximum of 1. Fastest third place skater qualify for Final A, and Ricky Doak is now back on the ice. Doak, the province of New Brunswick, as I said earlier, won her first individual gold medal at the World Cup number 2 in Montreal in her favorite event, the 500 meter.
Go to the start.
Will this be a clean start? Let's wait and see. Poutsma well in the lead. And here we are for that semi-final number 2. Poutsma well in control. Wang Yi 11th in the overall World Cup ranking, skating in second place. Can she join her teammate Fan Cushing in the A final? Julie Leté will have the work cut out for her in third place to come back, but she may qualify if she skates a faster time than heat number 1. And obviously she'll have to hold on to the Canadian Ricky Doak and the Polish Nicola Mazur. We are already in the bell lap, a lap to go here in Seoul. Poutsma Wang comfortably in the first 2 position, no change at the line, and Leté will wind up in third position. Let's wait and see for the final results. Will the time of Julie Leté be fast enough? 43.989, the time of Wan Shiran in the heat number 1. It looks like we are in the 44-second range for Julie Leté. Unofficial time posted for now on the main screen. Let's wait and see. We had 1 yellow box at the bottom left of the screen, meaning that our 2 assistant video referees, Sarah Henderson and Claire Taylor, are currently reviewing one of the actions in the heat number 2. Poutsma 5th in the overall World Cup ranking, but 2nd in the 500 meter World Cup ranking, off to a strong start of the season. Again, we see here the action reviewed by Michel Dumont, the contact between the Polish and the Canadian at the back of the pack. Obviously, skaters at that point competing for a spot in the B final. And a penalty was awarded on that action to Nicole Mazur. Ricky Doak could not be advanced to the A final as she was not in qualifying position at that time. She'll be back in the B final. Let's see for the official video showcasing the penalty to Nicole Mazur on that inside pass late in the race. So it's an illegal late pass for Mazur. Went for it too late and had a contact with the Canadian that was deemed to be illegal at that point. The track really belonged to Ricky Doak, and that led to the penalty for Mazur. And we have Velzebourg, Van Kushing, Poutsma, Wang Yi, and Wang Shirang. So 2 Dutch and 3 Chinese will be back in the A final. What a race we'll have later in this session at the Mokdong Ice Rink. Our last set of semifinals in the 500 meter men's competition. Again, the first and second place skaters from each race, and up to a maximum of 1 fastest third place skater qualify for Final A. Reminder, may qualify for Final B. In that first heat, Cao Yira from Korea, Denis Nikisha from Kazakhstan, Stein Desmet from Belgium, Michael Nowinski from Poland, and Felix Roussel from Canada.
Red.
Time now for that heat number 1. Fast start by Xiao Ira, the Korean, getting the crowd on its feet with that early lead. Denis Nikisha, the 3-time Olympian 500-meter specialist, chasing him hard in second place. Watch out for Felix Roussel. Began in 5th, now in 4th. Nikisha take the lead out of Xiao Ira. Ken Stein Desmet make his way to the A final. He skated the repêchage. Unfortunately for Desmet, he goes down, leaving Roussel in 3rd place, overtaken by Nowinski. What a fight between the Canadian and the Polish for 3rd place. And at the line, a convincing win by the Kazakh, Denis Nikisha, back in top form after a bit of a slower start in the first 2 World Cups of the season. Unofficially, Nikisha, Xiao Ira. And let's wait and see between Nowinski and Roussel some contact in that final lap and a half. Roussel did not seem happy with what he saw, and certainly we'll have a good look at the action with our referees. Xiao Ira, the Korean, 33rd in the overall world ranking, and what a clean pass made by Denis Nikisha, the veteran from Kazakhstan. Will be quite satisfied with that first place, and Nowinski unofficially in 3rd place. Then we have the official results. Nikisha first, Xiao Ira second, and Michael Nowinski may qualify by time, 41.292 thousandths of a second. Felix Roussel will come back in the B final, and unfortunately for Stein Desmet, declared no time as he fell halfway through the race. Up next, we'll have a great battle in that second semifinal. The Liu brothers, Liu Shaolin from lane 1, Liu Xiaowang from lane 3. The 3-time Olympic medalist, the crowd favorite, Hang Dae-han on lane 2. His teammate, Hee Jong-min, on lane 4. And what about that man, Pietro Sigel? A lot of finishing speed. One of the most spectacular short trackers in the world. Starting from lane 5, he's going to have nothing to lose, and look out for a potential final push late in the race by Sigel. But he's in tough against the Liu brothers, Hang Dae-han, Hee Jong-min. This could be an A final, but we're only in the semifinals, and the crowd is loud already in Seoul.
Red.
And we're off in that second semifinal. Some contact between Liu Shaolin and Hang Dae-han. The long-time rivalry between these two, starting next to one another. Looks like Hang Dae-han will have his blades checked. Quickly do the pit stop on the Korean side. Liu Shaolin, the 3-time Olympian, will be starting on lane 1. His brother, Liu Xiaowang, on lane 3. 4-time Olympic medalist. He's the reigning Olympic champion on this distance. And between the two brothers, the always fast, always spectacular Hang Dae-han, silver medalist yesterday in the 1,000 meter. Did quite a finish with Steven Dubois. Wound up in 2nd place. Pietro Sigel, 7th in the overall World Cup ranking. We see here the replay, and the race was called back by the starters. Quick pit stop is allowed. Looks like we're completely changing the blade. One of the blades of Hang Dae-han, the blade technician of the Korean team, doing a quick job making sure that the blades of Hang Dae-han are in proper condition. Looks like we do the same on Liu Shaolin as well. I'm sure during that time that the track stewards at the Mokdong ice rink make sure that there's no leftovers or no holes on the ice of that very first corner to have the safest ice conditions possible. And I can guarantee you that the referees on the ice will make sure that the track condition is proper for that restart. Pietro Sigel seems relaxed. Not much to lose starting from lane 5. Probably hoping for some chaos at the front of the pack. that could enabling him to move up maybe later in that race. Let's see for the critical start. And they're off and taking an early lead was Hang Dae-hong, and unfortunately the race has been called back. The other Korean, Hee Jung-min, fell late in that first turn. As I said earlier, the race can be called back if there's a collision or collision that led to a fall by one of the skaters in that very first corner. That was the case for Hee Jung-min. If a skater goes down by him or herself, the race won't be called back. But looks like there was some contact that led to the fall by Hee Jung-min. Again, his blades will be looked at by the technicians of the Korean team. Hang Dae-hong had quite a start on that one, starting from lane number 2. Overtook the two Liu brothers in that restart. And he'll try to do that one more time in heat number 2. Again, the time of Mikhail Novinsky in heat number 1, 41.292 thousandths of a second. He's going to be watching that heat number 2 closely, pending no advancement. In a slower time, he could get on to the A final as well. We're reviewing the replay here. Was there an arm? Was there a push? It can be looked at by the video referee. But all 5 skaters are brought back to the line. Sounds like the crowd is quite loud at the Mokdong ice rink. Will the third time be the charm? Again, some contact between Liu Shaolin and Hang Dae-hong. Looks like Hee Jung-min, the other Korean, might have been injured, or will he be fine? We'll give him a chance to recover. Oh, and that's not a good sign if the referees are potentially getting some broken blades on the ice. That means a bit of a longer delay. Clearly, one of the skaters might have to change his blades. Let's see the replay here. Some blade contact between Liu Shaolin and Hang Dae-hong. And definitely looks like one of the skaters broke his blade, one of his blades, during that start, the critical start in the 500 meter. We sometimes see up to 5 or 6 restart. We're now down to 3 times. There will be a 4th time coming up shortly. Hee Jung-min, the Korean, starting from lane number 4. The Liu brothers, Liu Shaolin on lane 1, Liu Xiaowang on lane 3, Liu Xiaowang 10th yesterday in the 1,000 meter. 2 veterans. They've seen that before. They've seen race being called back and restarted many times in their career. Obviously, the crowd at the Mokdong ice rink cheering for their 2 favorites in this race, Hang Dae-hong and Hee Jung-min. And that's where the job of blade technician takes all its meaning, especially when you have more than 1 skaters in the race. Michel Dumont allowing the skaters a bit of time to fix their blades. And skaters have been called back to the line. Fingers crossed that... and looks like Michel Dumont is asking the track stewards to potentially change the track or put a bit more water. Michel Dumont, one of the veteran ISU referees, on charge of the action at the Mokdong ice rink this weekend. The good news is that all 5 skaters are back at the starting line. Again, the track stewards making sure that we have enough water on that track. They might have changed the track. Potentially also a way to calm the skaters down. We could see the rivalry between Liu Shaolin and Hang Dae-hong on that first corner. Will this be a clean start?
Go to the start.
Let's wait and see.
Ready.
And there often looks like we thought it was a clean start, and we had that fall late in that very first corner, up to the limit where it could be called back. And obviously, the skaters are anxious to get started. We'll still do a pit stop. Happens sometimes in short track in the 500 meter. The nerves get to the skaters after a few restart. We see here some contact between Hang Dehong and Liu Shaolin. And then the other Liu brother, Liu Shaowang, went down in that corner. We see here that very first corner from a different angle. And Liu Shaowang hit the track marker, the block, leading to the fall. And the contact also with Hang Dehong, who had lost a bit of speed after that initial corner. Skating right behind Liu Shaolin. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have that heat number 2 in the men 500 meter coming up shortly, but certainly a bit of an advantage for the skaters who qualified in that heat number 1. Denis Nikisha and Xiao Hira, well rested by now. They've recovered from the first semi-final. Will it be an advantage? We'll see that later on, but for now, again, the track stewards making sure that we have good ice conditions. Michel Dumont seems satisfied with their work, and the skaters are called back to the line.
Go to the start. Ready.
I've lost the count. I believe it might be the 5th start of that heat number 2. Will it be a clean one? Looks like it's going to be yes! And what a start by Liu Shaolin, the 3-time Olympian, creating a huge gap on the 2 Koreans. Look out for Pietro Sigel, the Italian, who has really nothing to lose here. Hang Dehong slipping in last place. His teammate, will he hold on to second position behind the other Liu brother? And by the inside, tough move made by Liu Shaowang. Will it benefit Pietro Sigel? Now in third, but dominant in that heat number 2 is Liu Shaolin at the finish. Liu Shaolin, Liu Shaowang, and Pietro Sigel unofficially in the first 3 positions. One of the actions currently under review. One was looked at earlier with that green box. That's been cleared early in the race. The other one still under review. But finally, we got to see in action that second semi-final in the man 500 meters. Liu Shaolin was dominant right from the start. Quite a fast reaction time by the older of the Liu brothers. The fight was really for second place. Tight pass made at that point by Liu Shaowang ahead of Lee Jung-min, the Korean. Sigel in third. What a kick at the end by the Italian. Will it be enough to qualify to the next round? Let's wait and see. Mikhail Nowinski in heat number 1 will be watching that one closely. His time, 41.292 thousandths of a second. The race is still being reviewed. One of the Italian coaches here, waiting for the final results and decisions. Skaters and coaches trying to stay warm at the Mokdong ice rink. Hang Dehong did not, or could not really fight that one. And what a kick here. We see the blade went quite high for Pietro Sigel. Would be about 4/10 of a second ahead of Lee Jung-min. Let's see the final results, and more importantly, let's see if there's any decisions or penalty. Hang Dehong showcasing his teammate Hee Jung-min. And the crowd quite happy, of course, at the Mokdong Ice Rink. The home team skating quite well in this competition. And we have the final results. Penalty, unfortunately, the crowd won't be happy about that one. Hee Jung-min penalized the Liu brothers. Liu Shaolin and Liu Shaowang qualified for the A final, and 42.837 Pietro Sigel will come back on the B final. We must have a pretty happy Mikhail Nowinski now qualified also to the A final. So the penalty, end of straight, outside skater not giving space. The Korean should have let go the Liu Shaowang there that had claimed his position. He made that move to block him. That was deemed to be illegal. And it is now official. Nikisha, Xiao, the Liu brothers, and Mikhail Nowinski will be facing each other in the A final later this afternoon at the Mokdong Ice Rink. Now time for a break. And racing will resume shortly with the set of finals. First in the 1500 meter and then the 500 meter. Stay tuned. And we're back live from the Mokdong Ice Rink. A set of finals, as we'll do in every distance. We'll get started with the B final. Skaters qualified for the semifinals earlier on. Couldn't make it to the A final. We're just presenting to the crowd at the Mokdong Ice Rink. Cao Himin now. Diede van Horschut qualified through the repêchage early today. So quite a day at work for the Dutch. Courtney Sarrault came close to qualify for the A final. Had the fastest time of the third place skaters up to the final heat. Dana Heble, her teammate, 13th in the overall World Cup ranking. The three-time Olympian, three-time Olympic medalist, the veteran Yara van Kerkhoff on lane 5. The Chinese Chang Yitze, 26th in the overall World Cup or Crystal Globe ranking so far this season. And Olga Tihonova, 6th yesterday in the same distance, the 1500 meter. The event raced twice over the weekend in Seoul. This is the second racing of that event. B final skaters competing for World Cup points of position 8 to 14. We can expect more of a slow and strategic start. Not only skaters being humanly disappointed of only be skating the final B, but also for some of them, they'll be coming back later in the session for the final A of the women's relay. So probably a way for them to save a bit of energy. And candidly, giving a bit more rest time for the skaters in the A final. Was quite a short break between the semis and the final. Immediately after this final B, we'll have the final A, where gold, silver, and bronze will be awarded. Remind you that the Dutch, Diede van Horschut, currently leads this race, skated the repêchage round, went the extra mile in the morning session to qualify for the main World Cup competition. Skated really well in the semi-final and found a way to the B final that will enable her to improve her World Cup ranking for Courtney Sarrault, the Canadian, wearing number 2, second last season in the overall season's ranking. She's accompanied by her teammate Dana Heble, 13th in the overall World Cup ranking this season. Won 2 individual medals at home in Montreal at the Maurice Richard Arena in the first 2 World Cups of the season. This is the last World Cup before the break for the holidays. Skaters will have a few weeks to recover. Might not be as much for the Europeans that will have to skate the European Championships in early January in Gdansk, Poland. That will be the next stop of the ISU season. Look out for Sarrault on the outside. Now neck and neck with the Dutch Van Horschut. Sarrault from 5th to 4th. Now closing in on Tihonova. Tihonova finished 6th yesterday in the 1500 meter. In good shape this weekend in Seoul. Chang Yitze, the Chinese, 26th in the World Cup ranking, setting the pace ahead of Dana Heble. Can the Canadian make her move? On the inside she does. Blais picking up the pace with 3 laps to go. Look out on the outside. Cao Himin, 4th yesterday in the A final of the 1500 meter, making her way back in 3rd place. Blais holds on. Can she keep up the pace in that last lap? The Chinese, Chang Yitze, eyeing the win behind Blais. It's going to be quite a finish. Top 4 skaters still in contention. And driving to the line is Blais. Chang right behind her. Cao Huimin in 3rd place. And looks like Tihonova from Kazakhstan will be finishing in 4th place, in front of Van Horschut and Van Kerkhoff. Again, skaters here, we're fighting for World Cup positions 8 to 14. And coming up next will be the final 8 in the women's 1500 meter. We're going to have 2 skaters from Korea in that final 8 that will definitely get the crowd on its feet. And a convincing win by Dana Heble. The 1500 meter, one of her favorite events. Blais skating strongly since the beginning of the season. We see here Courtney Sarrault waiting to get off the ice, and we'll have the final results. Blais, Changitsa second, Xiao in third place, and Olga Tihonova from Kazakhstan in fourth position. Take a seat if you're at home. We're seconds away from the final A of the 1500 meter. We see here the Crystal Globe standing. Kim Gilly first, Kristen Santos Griswold second, Chandra Felsebourg third, Hannah Desmet fourth, Selma Poutsma in fifth. These 5 skaters will be in one of the 2A finals of the competition. The field broken down in 2 today, either the 1500 meter or the 500 meter. We see here the skaters, how they made their way to the final A. Desmet, Sigel Yorati, Shim Suk-hee, Corinne Stoddart, Kim Gilly, and Kristen Santos Griswold will be formally introduced to you and to the crowd at the Mokdong Ice Rink in a moment. Stay tuned. Hannah Desmet, fourth in the Crystal Globe ranking, won gold yesterday in the 1,000 meter, a distance where she excels, won bronze at the last Olympic Games. Ariana Siegel, 28 in the Crystal Globe standing. What a race she had in the semifinal, and right behind her was her teammate Gloria Ioratti. She's also right behind Ariana Siegel in the Crystal Globe standing. The Italian skating really well this weekend. And listen to the crowd. Shim Suk-hee, the 3-time Olympic medalist, 2014 world champion, will be from lane 4. Corinne Stoddart, silver medalist yesterday in the same event. What a strong start of the season for the American, 7th in the Crystal Globe ranking. And here it is, the World Cup leader, gold medalist at home yesterday in the 1500 meter. Will try to repeat that performance, Kim Gilly and Kristen Santos Griswold. The woman of the hour last weekend in Beijing. She won gold twice, won silver yesterday in the 1,000 meter, right behind Anna Desmet. It's going to be anyone's game at the Mokdong Ice Rink, final A of the women's 1500 meter.
Position 2, 3, remote. Okay. 4. Off. Go to the start. Right.
The tension is high in Seoul for this final A of the women's 1500 meters. 2 Americans, 2 Koreans, 2 Italians, and Anna Desmet from Belgium. Who will win gold, silver, and bronze? And what an attack here by Anna Desmet. She goes for it. Will there be a reaction from the pack? Who will want to give some pace behind the Americans, trying to make sure there's not too much of a gap with Anna Desmet? She's been quite strong so far this season in the longer distances. 2 Americans, Santos Griswold and Stoddart, helping each other to give a good pace. The rest of the pack is reacting. Shim Suk-hee currently in 4th. An interesting start here. Anna Desmet playing some poker here, Trying to see if the pack's going to react. She's maintaining the pace, 9.8 seconds. 8 laps remaining. This is the final 8 of the women's 1500 meter. Anna Desmet in the lead. Kristen Santos Griswold second. Shim Suk Hee now in third. Corinne Stoddart in fourth. Look out for the two Italians, Gioratti and Sigel. And very patient at the back is Kim Gilly, the World Cup leader, gold medalist yesterday. She's comfortable, maybe too comfortable for now, waiting for her time. We can expect also a battle between Kim Gilly and Kristen Santos Griswold. Later on, the veteran Shim Suk Hee, the 3-time Olympic medalist, setting the pace at home in Seoul. And look out on the outside. Well executed pass by Kristen Santos Griswold. Nothing's played out yet. 3 laps to go in Seoul. Santos Griswold, her teammate Stoddart, right behind her. It looks easy still for Kim Gilly on the outside. From third, there's second. Now passing Stoddart. Will she pass Santos Griswold? What a move made by the Korean in the bell lap. Santos Griswold second. Can Anna Desmet move to third? Some contact with Stoddart. And at the line, Kim Gilly gets the crown on its feet at the Mokdong Ice Rink. She wanted that one badly in front of the home crowd in Seoul. What a race. We see the yellow box. That might be the pass made late in the race by Anna Desmet. And let's see, it's currently under review with Sarah Anderson and Claire Taylor in the video booth. But the crowd is quite happy by the performance of Kim Gilly. She won gold yesterday in the 1500 meter. Skated smartly, a bit from behind early in the race, saved energy and had a lot of finishing speed. Moving on the outside, we see the attack early on by Anna Desmet. Had nothing to lose there. Took the pack a bit by surprise. But the two Americans, Santos Griswold and Stoddart, brought the pack right behind the Belgium about halfway through the race. And what an outside pass. Kim Gilly simply dominant, made it easy ahead of Santos Griswold, who's super strong early in the season. We couldn't see the pass made in that last lap by Anna Desmet. Let's see if that is what's under review. But a very happy, very satisfied Kim Gilly in front of the home crowd at the Mokdong Ice Rink. And we are waiting for the final results in this final 8. We're getting ready for the medal ceremony. Michel Dumont now coming back from the timing deck and the main platform. And here are the official results. Kim Gilly first. Kristen Santos Griswold second. Hannah Desmet in third place. And Corinne Stoddart winds up in fourth place. Medal ceremony coming up at the Mokdong Ice Rink. Highlights of the race here. Decision on that pass, as I mentioned earlier. No penalty for shared responsibility between Hannah Desmet and Corinne Stoddart. The chief referee, Michel Dumont, considered that both skaters had some guilt in that action. And the rule is clear in short track. When there's a shared penalty call, that means no penalty for the two skaters involved. So that let Anna Desmet in third position and Corinne Stoddart in fourth, gaining some important points towards the Crystal Globe ranking for this 23-24 season. Up next, the medal ceremony for the women's 1500 meter.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the ISU World Cup Short Track Speed Skating Women's 1500 meters Seoul 2023.
지금부터 2023-24 KB금융컵 ISU 쇼트트랙 월드컵
Medal ceremony for the women's 1500 meter, the ISU World Cup Short Track in Seoul. Medals will be presented by Yoon Han-gun, president of the Korea Skating Union, and An Sang-mi, Nagano Olympic Games champion for the Republic of Korea.
올림픽 금메달리스트 안상미님께서 해주시겠습니다.
There are also prizes like KB Financial Group official mascot doll named Star France and a 2024 Taiwan Winter Youth Olympic official mascot doll named Mungcho.
메달과 함께 수여되는 부상은 세상을 바꾸는 금융 KB의 공식 마스코트 스타 프렌즈와 2024 강원 동계 청소년 올림픽 대회 공식 마스코트인 뭉초 인형입니다.
In third place and the winner of the bronze medal, Belgium Hannah Desmet.
Bronze medal for Hannah Desmet from Belgium. Went for it early in the race. That could have paid off. The pack came back on her after a few laps, but still had some energy left to attack late in the race and pick up that bronze medal. Desmet won gold yesterday in the 1,000 meters, so that is her second individual medal of the competition.
In second place and a winner of the silver medal, United States Kristen Santos Griswold.
Another event, another medal for Kristen Santos Griswold. So solid, so consistent since the beginning of that 2023-2024 season. Silver yesterday in the 1,000 meter behind Desmet. Silver again today in the 1,500 meter behind Kim Gilly. Still in the hunt for the Crystal Globe. What a start of the season for Kristen Santos Griswold.
In first place and the winner of the gold medal, Republic of Korea, Kim Gilly.
And the crowd couldn't be happier. Kim Gilly wins gold at home. Second consecutive gold medal, the 1,500 meter raced twice this weekend, and it belongs to Kim Gilly, increasing her lead in the Crystal Globe ranking. Still quite a battle between Kim Gilly and Kristen Santos Griswold in the overall ranking. Mission accomplished for the South Korean.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists. With this, we will now end the women's 1,500 meter medal ceremony.
이상으로 여자
We'll have the
올림픽
final
선수단의
pictures for the podium.
마치도록
Up next, we'll have the B final for the men 1,500 meter. We'll get to see the most recent Crystal Globe standing. Kim Gilly first, Kristen Santos Griswold not too far behind in second. A bit of a gap on Desmet, Felsebourg, and Stoddart, but Felsebourg still has to skate the 500 meter final. We see here the top 20. Crystal Globe awarded for the first time last season. Susanna Scholting from the Netherlands, the first winner of the Crystal Globe for the women's competition. Up next, the final beat in the men 1,500 meter. Skaters in the B final have been called to the line. 7 skaters on track. Again, skaters who competed in the semifinals early on. Couldn't qualify for the final A. Have a chance still to earn some big points in the Crystal Globe standing. World Cup positions 8 to 14. Pascal Dion is being introduced to the crowd. Dion, a 2-time Olympian, 2-time Olympic medalist, won bronze yesterday in his favorite event, the 1,000 meter. Bontovic Balach, 7th in the 1500 meter yesterday. Skated well in the semi-final. Missed a bit of time at the end to qualify for the A final. Nathan Thomas from Poland in line 3. Chernsiwe, the 3-time Olympic medalist, 1,000 meter reigning Olympic champion, skating in that B final. He skipped the first 2 World Cups of the season. Looks like Adil Galyakmetov might not be racing that B final. Friso Emmons from the Netherlands. And last but not least, Brandon Corey, 7th yesterday in the 1,000 meter. Seemed quite relaxed before his B final. Brandon Corey, 26th in the overall World Cup ranking, representing Australia.
Go to the start. Ready.
Skaters in this B final skating for pride and World Cup points for position 8 to 14. Similar start than we had for the ladies B final, where we had more of a slow and strategic start. Some of these skaters might be coming back later on for the men's 5,000 meter relay final. Immediately after that B final, we'll have the final A, where gold, silver, and bronze will be at stake. For now, it is Brandon Corey from Australia in the lead. Friso Emmons in second. Bit of a cat and mouse game here. No one wants to spend energy at the front. Bontovic Balach, Hungarian, make his way to the top, overtaken by the Polish, and it is now Pascal Dion taking the lead. Dion, former 1,000 meter World Cup champion, won bronze in the 1,000 meter yesterday. Skating in third behind Thomas and Chernsiwe. Chernsiwe comfortably in the lead. The 3-time Olympic medalist representing People's Republic of China. Corey in second, Emmons in first. A bit of changes at the top in the last few laps. No one wants to stay behind for too long. Chernsiwe, clean inside pass, goes to the front. On the outside is Thomas from Poland from third to second. And now coming to the lead. Picking up the pace with 5 laps to go. Skaters well lined up behind Thomas. All 6 skaters in contention. Adil Galyakmetov was qualified for that B final. Did not come to the starting line. On the inside, Chernsiwe. Chernsiwe overtaking Thomas. Friso Emmons eyeing the second place, overtaking on the inside the Polish. Clean passes for now in that race. Look out for Brandon Corey moving from 5th to 4th. Pascal Dion winding up on the outside. We are now in that final lap. Can Dion come back on the Chinese and the Dutch? Well done move. Textbook pass made by Dion from 3rd to 2nd. Too little too late at the end. Nice finishing kick by Friso Emmons, unofficially our winner in this final B of the men 1500 meter. Dion went down after passing the finishing line, and Marc Gagnon is all smile, the coach of the Canadian team, as Dion went for it late in the race, skating for pride in this final B. A lot of clean passing in that final B. Chernsiwe attacking in that second part of the race. Friso Emmons with some good legs on that distance. Skated well. Dion patiently in third position. Dion passing Chernsiwe, went for it, but a good block at the end by the Dutch. Friso Emmons, and we might see what happened at the end with Dion. Maybe his blade creating a contact with Emmons, but that was past the finishing line, so most likely nothing called on that one. Did not start, obviously, to Adil Galyakmetov. Emmons has won it. Dion second. Chernsiwe in third. Get to see the Crystal Globe standing for the men. What a fight between Dubois, Park, and Kim. Really close to one another. Dan Ginu in fourth. We'll get to introduce the finalists in the men 1500 meter in a moment. You get to see how they made it to the final 8 out of the 3 heats that we had in the semifinals earlier in the competition. Now introducing the finalists. Fourth in the Crystal Globe ranking, William Dan Ginu, the Canadian. Silver medalist yesterday on this distance. From lane 2, the Kazakh Yerkebolon Shamuhanov will definitely improve his World Cup ranking with a spot in the A final. Same thing for El Tracy, the Brit. 32nd in the Crystal Globe standing. The leader in the Crystal Globe competition so far in this season, strong of a gold medal yesterday in the 1,000 meters, Steven Dubois, the 3-time Olympic medalist. 2-time Olympian Itzhak Delat, the Dutch, on lane 5, skated really well in his semifinal. We can hear the crowd at the Mokdong ice rink cheering for the gold medalist in this distance yesterday, Park Ji-hon, second in the World Cup standing. And will it be a Cinderella story for Lucas Speckenhauser? Qualified through the repêchage early today. What a day at the office for the Italian. Can he make it to the podium? Does he have some gas left in the tank? Let's see. 7 skaters on track. Gold, silver, and bronze will be awarded in a few minutes.
Go to the start. Red.
And we're off for this final 8 of the men 1500 meter. The Canadians taking an early lead. Park Ji-hon, second in the overall World Cup standing. The 2022-2023 Crystal Globe winner will try to defend his crown after the 6 World Cups of the season. More of a strategic start for now. Dubois skated his semifinal from the back. A bit of a different strategy this time around. Will the extra energy saved by that semifinal strategy pay off? Luca Speckenhauser gained a lot of momentum this morning in the repêchage round, has nothing to lose in that A final. The Brit, Niall Tracy, setting the pace with Yerkebolon Shamuhanov, and we can hear the crowd getting louder with Park Ji-hon making his way to the front of the pack, now sitting in second. William Dan Ginu, reigning Canadian champion, now in the lead. The speed being picked up every lap. 6.5 laps to go. Dan Ginu for now in control. Look out on the outside, Shamuhanov moving from third to first. Will Park Ji-hon go on the attack? Steven Dubois now a bit more patient, comfortably sitting in fifth. Luca Speckenhauser right behind him. The Dutch Itzhak Delat probably waiting for some chaos at the front of the pack, waiting for his time. Shamuhanov still setting the pace. Dan Ginu right behind him. Park in third, and on the attack is William Dan Ginu. Dan Ginu creating a gap with 2 laps to go. Look out for Park Ji-hon. Park Ji-hon, the Rockets have liftoff in Korea. Can Park Ji-hon make his comeback? Look out for Dubois. Dubois right behind Park Ji-hwan. What an exciting lap we're going to have in the bell lap. Dan Ginu, Park, Dubois, as they're driving to the line, the Rockets have lifted up. And at the line, what a finish between the two Canadians and the Koreans. William Janjinu, unofficially our winner. Has Park Ji-hwan been a bit too patient on that one? He let Dan Ginu move away from the pack in the final 200 meters. And that might have been a costly strategy for the Korean. Dubois also stayed patient. What a last lap for Dubois and Park Ji-hwan, but looks like the carrots were cooked for these two as William Danjinu is celebrating with Marc Gagnon, his coach on the Canadian team, and Sébastien Cros as well. Let's wait and see for the final results at the Mokdong Ice Rink. While we wait and see for the results, the highlights from that race, fairly clean race overall. That's what short track can be. Clean passing, clean racing, a lot of moves on the outside, on the inside. The Brit, Niall Tracy, skated from the front most of the time, blocking here the Korean. Shamuhanop as well, skated from the front, and what a pass by Park Ji-hwan on the outside. And Dan Ginu very satisfied crossing the finish line in first with Park and Dubois right behind him. His last name meaning Cobra in his native language, Dan Ginu. And here he is, William Dan Ginu, the reigning Canadian champion. Won his first individual World Cup gold medal earlier in the season at home in Montreal. And we'll have the medal ceremony coming up shortly. We're still waiting for the final results, the official video review here. And Michel Dumont now back at Sunrise. That means he has given his final decision. And we'll get to see them on the main screen any moment now. Here are the three medalists. And here are the final results. A penalty was awarded to Jerke Bolen Shamuhanov. That doesn't change our podium. Dan Ginu, Park, and Dubois. Let's see for the replay of the action that led to the penalty. And here it is at the back of the pack. The end of straight action. Inside skater failure to give way. Penalty to the skater from Kazakhstan. Should have give way to the Brit on that one. And the penalty was awarded by the referee, Michel Dumont. Here are the three medalists.
The medal ceremony for the ISU World Cup short track speed skating 1500 meter men's Seoul 2023.
지금부터 2023-24 KB금융컵 ISU 쇼트트랙 월드컵 남자 1500m 시상식을 시작하겠습니다.
Medals will be presented by the assistant referee, Mr. Danny Fiorenza.
Dan Fiorenza Sr., one of the assistant referees, on-ice referees for the weekend's competition from the United States.
Mascot doll named Star France and the 2024 Gangwon Winter Youth Olympic official mascot doll named Bumcho.
메달과 함께 수여되는 부상은 세상을 바꾸는 금융 KB의 공식 마스코트 스타프렌즈와 2024 강원 동계 청소년 올림픽 대회 공식 마스코트인 뭉초 인형입니다.
In third place and the winner of the bronze medal, Canada, Stephen Dubois.
Stephen Dubois winning bronze after a gold in the 1,000 meter yesterday. Very consistent and solid since the beginning of the season, especially in the Asian stop. Last week in Beijing, this week in Seoul. Three-time Olympic medalist Stephen Dubois.
In second place and the winner of the silver medal, Republic of Korea, Park Ji-hwan.
Park Ji-hwan won gold yesterday in the same event, silver today. Few good battles with Dubois and Dan Ginu since the beginning of the season. Kim Gun-ho, his teammate, unfortunately did not qualify. Got penalized in the qualifying rounds.
In first place and the winner of the gold medal, Canada, William Dandino.
William Dandino really coming on the spotlight this season on the ISU World Cup circuit after winning the Canadian title in September. All smiles as he receives his medal. So 2 Canadians and 1 South Korean on the podium of the men 1500 meter. Coming up next, we'll have the setup finals for the 500 meter. We'll start with the women's final beat of that event. That's coming up in a moment.
With this, we will end the men's 1500 meter medal ceremony.
이상으로 남자 1500m 시상을 마치도록 하겠습니다.
Crystal Globe standing after that event. Dubois still in the lead by a very narrow margin over Park Ji-hon. Dandino getting closer to the two of them in third place. But again, we have yet to race the finals in the 500 meter. Dion in 11th. All the way to the 20th place with Itzhak Dalat. Moving up in the ranking, the Liu brothers will be skating in the 500 meter final A shortly. So again, a chance for them to improving that Crystal Globe standing. Shortly, we'll be introducing the skaters in the final B of the women's 500 meter. We'll have 5 skaters on track for this final B. Skaters will be battling for World Cup points of position 6 to 9. Starting on lane number 1 is going to be Florence Brunel. She finished 6th in the 1,000 meter yesterday from Trois-Rivières, Canada. Next to her will be Julie Leté, the American, 42nd in the World Cup ranking. Skated well in the previous rounds. Hee So-yeon from the Republic of Korea will be on lane 3. And the other Canadian, Ricky Doak, 17th in the Crystal Globe ranking, 6th in the 500 meter World Cup ranking so far this season. Won gold in that distance in Montreal earlier this season at World Cup number 2. Final B is now underway. Florence Brunel, the Canadian, taking an early lead. The other 3 skaters right behind her. Julie Leté goes for it on the inside. Well done move by the American Brunel in second place. Overtaken also by the Korean. Good battle between Brunel and E. Ricky though currently sitting in fourth. Making also her move on the inside. A lot of changes in position in that B final. Skaters going all out to get as many points as possible in the World Cup ranking. What an inside pass made by Brunel on the inside and Doak on the outside. The Canadians dominant in that final B. Brunel, Doak 1 and 2, E in third, and Julie Leté, the Americans, winds up in fourth place. An exciting B final for the 4 women. They skated the semis about an hour ago. Couldn't make it to the A final, but still skated well. Skated for pride and skated for the important Crystal Globe points. And that sets the tone well for the final A of the women's 500 meter. What a start by Brunel. The 4-time world junior champion. Made a couple of nice and clean passes. Doak on the outside. Let's see the final results and decisions here before we can proceed with the final A in the sprint event in short track speed skating, the 500 meter. Final results, Brunel first, Doak second, Seoul in third place, and Julie Lete from the USA fourth in that B final that will give her the points of the 9th place in that distance. Up next, the final A of the women's 500 meter. See here the Crystal Globe standing. Kim Gilly, Kristen Santos Griswold still in the first two positions. They've been dominant in every event they competed in so far this season. But Chantal Velzeboul could certainly challenge them, especially with a strong showing in that final A. Time now to introduce the finalists for the women's 500 meter. Chandra Velzeboul, the world record holder in this distance, the reigning world champion in the 500 meters, starting from lane number 1. That will be a clear advantage for her in that final. Next to her on the starting line will be Fan Kushing, two-time 500 meter medalist at home last weekend in Beijing. The other Dutch, Selma Poutsma, second in the 500 meter World Cup ranking, will be on lane 3. With two other Chinese next to her. First, Wang Ye. She won bronze in this distance last weekend in Beijing. 8th yesterday in the 1500 meter. And the third Chinese in that final, Wang Xiran, 24th in the World Cup standing. 3 Chinese, 2 Dutch skaters in that final A. Only 3 medals available. It's going to be anyone's game here in Seoul. But maybe of an advantage for Velzeboul and Fan Kushing with the inside lane.
Go to the start.
And we're off in this final A of the women's 500 meter. What a start by Fan Kushing. And it is Selma Poutsma from lane 3 on the attack. Poutsma with an explosive start. Chandra Velzeboul struggling a bit in third place. Now moving to second, the Chinese in the last 3 positions, battling it out in Seoul for this 500 meter women's champion. And what a gap created by Selma Poutsma. She goes for the win. Can she take it home? She will hear the bell, giving her the 1 lap mark. And what a comeback by her teammate Chandra Velzeboul in that final lap. The 2 Dutch fighting for the win and gold in Seoul. And at the line, what a finishing kick by Velzeboul. Has Poutsma celebrated too early? Wow, let's wait and see the photo finish on that one. But what an opener by Selma Poutsma, creating a huge gap on the field. Some of the fastest short trackers in the world in that final, but they came back strong. Let's wait and see for the final results and decision. We're certainly at the photo finish between the 2 Dutch. We see here the replay. Fan Kushing created a lot of speed early on, and what a first corner by Selma Poutsma, generating a lot of speed on the outside, creating that huge gap. Battling till the end, she celebrates Maybe a bit early. Let's wait and see. Nice finishing kick by Velsapour as well. Ain't over till it's over in short track. The two skaters probably looking at the line. Wow! That might be a tie. Will we have 2 gold medals? Or there will be a way to break the tie? That's going to be an interesting one. Results still unofficials. Happened a few times in short track history that we had a tie for gold. So that's quite of a challenge for the photo finish team. Obviously a pretty happy Dutch team, the coaches, the two athletes, all smiles, and for good reasons here in Seoul. But what a comeback by Chantra Velsapour, third in the overall World Cup ranking, the reigning world champion and world record holder in this distance. Annie Sarah, one of the coaches of the team, very happy. Niels Kerstholt also on the coaching staff of the Dutch team. And the crowd is celebrating for these two skaters. Again, let's see for the final results. And then we'll be ready to proceed with the medal ceremony from the Mokdong ice rink in Seoul. And here are the final results. Looks like there's no way to break that tie in the lead. Velsapour and Poutsma will share gold. Wang Yi, the Chinese, in third. Probably is going to take a bit of time. They probably try to get that second gold medal so they can proceed with the ceremony. And we're ready for that medal ceremony in Seoul. The 3 medalists getting ready. And quite an unusual scene. No skaters on the left end of that podium, but 2 in the middle lane. And 2 from the same country, the Netherlands. Michel Dumont, the referee from Canada, chief referee last week in Beijing and also this week in Seoul. He will be presenting the medals to the winners in the women's 500 meter.
In third place and the winner of the bronze medal, China Peng Koshing.
Medal has been presented for women's 500 meter. We've announced Fan Keushing on the final results. We have Wang Yi, so it looks like it's really Wang Yi that has won that bronze medal. We had 3 Chinese in that final A. And here's history in the making. The 2 Dutch tied at the thousandth of a second. Chantra Velsapour and Selma Poutsma. Michel Dumont presenting them with 2 gold medals. These 2 skaters were already in the top 2 in the 500 meter World Cup ranking. That will stay that way. And for Velsapour, she will bridge a bit of a gap that she had prior to that race on the leaders Kim Gilly and Kristen Santos Griswold. Here's our podium in Seoul.
With this, we will now end the women's 500 meter medal ceremony.
Coming up next will be the last set of finals in the individual events for the competition. The men 500 meter again, B final to start with. And then the final 8 right after. That will bring us to ice resurfacing, and we'll wrap up the action with the women's 3,000 meter relay and men 5,000 meter relay later this afternoon in Seoul. Here's the women's crystal globe standing. Kim Gilly first, Kristen Santos Griswold second, Chandra Velzabu in third place ahead of Anna Desmet, Selma Poutsma in fifth, Corinne Stoddard sixth, and Xiao Himin from the Republic of Korea in seventh place. What a battle it is for that crystal globe. It will probably come down to the wire at the very last World Cup of the season in Gdansk, Poland, next February. Time now for the final beat in the men 500 meter. Skaters competing for World Cup points of position 6 to 9. They'll be introduced to the crowd at the Mokdong ice rink. From lane number 1, the Canadian Felix Roussel, 17th in the Crystal Globe ranking. Won bronze yesterday in the 1500 meter. The 500 meter, one of his favorite events. Pietro Sigel on lane number 2, the Italian. Always to watch in the final couple of laps. Hang De Hong couldn't make it to the A final, the 500 meter, not his favorite event. And Stein Desmet skated the repêchage. Busy day at work for Desmet. Will be starting that final beat from lane number 4. And we're off. Not a fast start by Siegel and Hang De Hong. Felt almost like a 1,000 meter or even 1,500 meter start. These two skaters letting Roussel and Desmet fight for the win. Felix Roussel trying to improve his World Cup ranking, 17th so far after the first 3 World Cups of the season. Stein Desmet skating right behind him, the two training out of Montreal. Hang De Hong coming back after a slow start. He's still back with a lot of speed late in that race. Will he go for the show and please the crowd? What a pass made by Hang De Hong on Desmet, making it easy. And could be too little too late to pass Roussel. But again, technically we'll go to the photo finish on that one. Roussel took the lead early. He has now won a World Cup medal in each of the 3 individual events. The youngsters from the region of Sherbrooke in the province of Quebec. Stein Desmet doesn't seem too tired after that final B. Obviously, some of them will be competing in the final A of the men's relay in a few minutes, so probably a way for them to save a bit of energy. A nice finish by Roussel, a wire-to-wire win for the Canadian. Here are the final results. Roussel, Hang, Desmet, and Siegel. First, second, third, and fourth. That sets the stage for what is going to be an exciting final A. 5 skaters at the line. They'll be introduced in a moment, but in the meantime, you have the Crystal Globe standing in the men's competition. Dubois and Park neck and neck in that competition. Dan Ginu now bridging a bit of that gap with that gold medal earlier in the 1500 meter. And here are our finalists and how they made it to that final A. The Liu brothers, Mikhail Nowinski, Xiao Yira, and Dennis Nikisha, that will be starting from that always important lane number 1. The track is ready. The skaters are ready. The crowd is too. Let's see who's going to be in that final. Denis Nikisha, the three-time Olympian from Kazakhstan. 11th in the world last season. We'll be starting from lane number 1. Listen to the crowd. Sa-ira, the South Korean on lane number 2. The lone representative of South Korea in that final A. Strong showing in the competition for Michał Nowinski, the 500-meter specialist from Poland. Qualified with the fastest time among the third placers in the semifinals. And here are the Liu brothers, skating and representing the People's Republic of China for the first season of their career. Liu Shaolin on lane 4, the three-time Olympian. His brother, Liu Shaowang, the reigning 500-meter Olympic champion, 4-time Olympic medalist, finished 10th yesterday in the 1,000-meter. The 500-meter, his favorite event. Will be starting from lane 5, though won't be easy for the Liu brothers. Will be up to Nikisha and Xiao in the first 2 lanes to set the pace, set the tone with a quick start, and try to hold on to the pressure that will come from behind. There is no doubt about that. Let's hope for a clean race. It's been a fairly clean afternoon so far at the Mokdong ice rink. And let's hope we'll have that once more in this final A.
Go to the start. Ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelt. We're off here in Seoul in the men 500-meter final A. What a start by Denis Nikisha from Kazakhstan. Xiao Hira right behind him. Will the Liu brothers go on the attack? And can Michał Nowinski go for a medal here in his favorite distance, the 500-meter? No change in position for now. Will Denis Nikisha resist on the pressure? The Korean now. Xiao Hira moving in first place. Nowinski in third. Look out for the Liu brothers. What a fall here. 2 skaters went down. Opening the door for Nikisha, and what a move on the outside by Liu. What a finishing kick here between Liu Shaowang and Xiao Hira. Xiao Hira celebrating. But is he celebrating too early? Wow, one of the actions will be looked at. We have that yellow box at the bottom left. Is Xiao Hira celebrating too early here? What a comeback by Liu Shaowang, the 500-meter specialist. His brother went down earlier in the race. We'll have to wait and see here. At least one of the actions is under review. But what a finishing kick by the Chinese. We have said it often in short track, ain't over till it's over. Michał Nowinski fought hard from the start. His coach, Grégory Durand, seemed satisfied with his performance. What an inside pass made by the Korean Xiao Hira. Nikisha right behind him, and here we see Nowinski. Unfortunately, he's the one that went down. Apologies, I thought it was Nikisha at first. So Nikisha for now unofficially in third place. And what a finishing kick by the Chinese. Will be quite tight. Too close to call on that one. We had a tie for first in the women's final. Will it be the case here for the men? And will there be a penalty? We have here the official video review. Michel Dumont looking closely at the camera as Nowinski and Liu Shaolin went down in that straightaway with a lap to go. Xiao Hira all smile in front of the home crowd. Oh, let's see here the finish. What a finish looks like. Liu Shaowang made it with that extra kick at the end. The race still under review. The tension is high at the Mokdong Ice Rink. Cao Ira thought he had won it. Still happy. Cao Ira skating well on that distance. We're getting ready for the final results and medal ceremony. Looks like the official results have been posted, and here they are. Unfortunately for the Polish Mikhail Nowinski, he's been penalized. Liu Xiaowang first, Cao Ira second. And what a strong showing by the Kazakh Denis Nikisha, winning bronze in his favorite event, the 500 meter. Before the medal ceremony, we'll get to see the official video replay of the action that led to the penalty to Mikhail Nowinski. Penalty in the corner, lane change from outside to in. We see here Nowinski on the outside, tries to come back on the main track, creating that contact with Liu Shaolin, which was an illegal move at that point. He had to stay wide, he had to stay on the outside, given he's had committed to that outside lane, entering the corner. Led to the penalty to Mikhail Nowinski from Poland. Time now for the medal ceremony in Seoul.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the ISU World Cup Short Track Speed Skating 500m Men's Seoul 2023.
지금부터 2023-24 KB금융컵 ISA 쇼트트랙 월드컵 남자 500m 시상식을 시작하겠습니다.
Medal ceremony for the men 500 meter. The medals will be presented by Lee Yun-suk, one of the on-ice assistant referees.
There are also prizes of KB Financial Group official mascots all named Star Friends and the 2024 Gangwon Winter Youth Olympic official mascots.
Good-looking mascots will also be distributed to the medalists.
세상을 바꾸는 금융 KB의 공식 마스코트 스타 프렌즈와 2024 강원 국제
After the medal ceremony, we'll have a short break for ice resurfacing, and then racing will resume with the relay finals. Denis Nikisha skated well throughout the day, including in the qualifying rounds on Friday. Would have probably hoped for the gold. He had quite a start, leveraging that lane number 1, but still stayed on his feet, finished in third place, and will bring home a bronze medal. Cao Ira, the South Korean, making the crowd happy at the Mokdong Ice Rink. Thought he had gold. Will likely be satisfied with silver on home soil. Probably no shame in being beaten by the reigning Olympic champion, the People's Republic of China. Liu Xiaowang winning gold. Was already the leader in the 500-meter World Cup ranking. Will secure that position, especially as Jardin Pierre-Gilles couldn't make it to the finals. Pierre-Gilles, winner of 3 gold medals on that distance early this season, so good battle on that distance between Pierre-Gilles and Liu Xiaowang, the gold medalist in Seoul for World Cup number 4. So this puts an end to the racing for the individual events at the ISU World Cup Short Track in Seoul. We're going to have one last picture of the podium. Will now be time for a short break for ice resurfacing. Some of the athletes will come back one last time for the last 2 races of the weekend. The women's 3,000 meter relay and men 5,000 meter relay, where we'll have 5 teams on track. So that promises to be quite spectacular. Stay with us. I'll see you on the other side. Up next will be the last two races of the weekend, the always spectacular relay events. The women's 3,000 meter, men 5,000 meter. We see here the World Cup standing, the Dutch in first place, the Koreans, the South Koreans in second. We see the Canadians, the Dutch, the South Korean, and the Chinese, how they made it to the final A, and they will be presented to the crowd at the Mokdong Ice Rink. Team Canada, they'll be on lane 1. Dana Eble, René Stinge, Ricky Doak, and Florence Brunel. So the team will be skating without the veteran Courtney Sarrault, showing the depth of the Canadian team. And here are the reigning Olympic champion, reigning world champion, the Dutch. Selma Poutsma, Yara van Kerkhoff, Diede van Horschut, and Chandra Velzeboer. We'd like to believe that for Velzeboer and Poutsma, bringing a lot of good vibes and momentum in that final with their gold in the 500 meter. The crowd favorites, the Koreans, the South Koreans, Kim Gilly, Lee So-yoon, Cao Hee-min, and Shim Suk-hee. The South Koreans, silver medalist at the last Winter Olympic Games, silver medalist as well at the last World Championships, and currently second in the World Cup standings. People's Republic of China, Fan Kushing, Gong Li, Xu Shunwei, and Chang Yi-tse. 4 skaters on track. The Chinese 6th in the current World Cup standing, 1 bronze at the last Winter Olympic Games. We actually have on track the same 4 teams that we had in the Olympic final back in February 2022 in Beijing. So a repeat of the Olympic final for this ISU World Cup short track number 4 in Seoul, South Korea. Michel Dumont giving his instructions to 4 teams. They each have their own lap counter for the relays. This is the final A. We had the final B raced early during the morning session. Poland won the B final, so Poland will have the points of position number 5, Japan 6th, Hungary 7th. And we're now fighting for gold, silver, and bronze in this distance. The Canadian won gold in this event at World Cup number 1 at home at the Maurice Richard Arena in Montreal. The Dutch won gold last weekend in Beijing, where Team Korea won silver. Still early in the race. René Stinge on track for the Canadian, 9.2 seconds. Still 22 laps remaining. The Canadians well in control. The Chinese seem satisfied to be skating right behind them. The Koreans in 3rd, the Dutch in 4th. Selma Poutsma, Chandra Velzeboer tied for 1st. Shared a gold medal earlier this afternoon in the 500 meter. Kim Gilly, one of the top skaters so far this season, will try to bring her team home at the top of the podium with a 1st place in that final. I'm sure the crowd will get quite loud and wild later in that race at the Mokdong Ice Rink. This is the final race for the women. They'll have a short break during the holidays. Well-deserved break after the first 4 World Cups of the season. The Chinese now making their way to the top. Florence Brunel skating for Team Canada. Selma Poutsma on track for the Dutch. And I believe it is Shim Suk-hee. The track stewards will have to be on the lookout not to be in the way and interfering with the skaters. That came close a lap ago. Not an easy task for the track stewards in these relay events. Typically, short trackers themselves. The Chinese try to pick up the pace. 12 laps remaining. The Dutch have moved to second. The Koreans in third. The Canadians struggling a bit for now in fourth. But they are still in the hunt. 3 medals at stake in this final A of the relay 3,000 meter. Well in controls are the Chinese. Very clean exchanges by all 4 teams. Obviously, the inside skaters need to make sure that they don't interfere with those on the track. It's the job of the on-ice referees and the video assistant referees to make sure that everything is done according to the rules of short track speed skating. The Dutch now moving on the inside. Well, clean pass made ahead of the Chinese. The Koreans, Kim Gilly will make sure to bring her team in contention, and a gap is created on the Canadians. Will it be a 3-way battle for the win? Can the Canadians come back on the Dutch, the Chinese, and the South Korean? We have 5 laps remaining in this final A. Jana van Kerkhoff holding on to the lead for her team. The Chinese right behind her. Look out for the Canadians. They're now back in the hunt. What a relay by, I believe, Renée Steens giving the relay to her teammates here. The Canadians now in third place ahead of the Korean Shim Suk-hee on track for the Republic of Korea. We heard the gunshot giving us the 3-lap mark. Here's the last final exchange, final relay push. The Dutch holding on to the Chinese. All 4 teams still in contention for the 3 medals. One of the replay under review. Final lap in Seoul. The Dutch, the Chinese, the Canadian. Look out for Kim Gilly on the outside, passing the Canadian and the Chinese. What a finishing kick by the Koreans. Winding up in second place. We cleared the box. Now in green, that means no penalty in that A final. What a clean racing by all 4 teams. And a perfect day for the Dutch with Selma Poutsma and Chandra Velzeboel likely adding a second gold medal in less than an hour. Obviously, the coaches quite happy. Kim Gilly and the Korean team made their best effort in front of the home crowd at the Mokdong Ice Rink in Seoul. What a way to end this 4th World Cup of the season for the Dutch. They were patient in the first half of the race after quite a start by Selma Poutsma. The Canadians skated from the front as well, went at the back, and might have been able to close that bridge late in the race. We see some of the highlights here. While we wait for the final results, we'll have the medal ceremony also coming up. All 4 teams fought well till the end. Here's Chandra Velzeboel, the world record holder in the 500-meter, reigning world champion in that distance. And what a finish. Might have been too little too late for the Canadians. And what an outside pass by Korean Kim Gilly. And that final 50 meters simply too strong for the Chinese. And the Canadian, I believe, Dana Eble, finished the last 2 laps for the Canadians. Went for a kick at the end, but that might not have been enough for a place on the podium for Team Canada. And here are the final results. The Netherlands in gold, South Korea second, and the People's Republic of China will bring back home the bronze medal. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have not only the medal ceremony in a moment, but then the final race of the weekend, the 5,000-meter men's relay. 5 teams will be competing in that final A, as we had 1 advancement in the semifinals. Medals will be presented for the women's 3,000-meter relay at the ISU World Cup Short Track in Seoul.
지금부터 2023-24 KB국민컵 ISU 셔틀 월드컵 여자 3,000m 계주 시상식을 시작하겠습니다.
Medals will be presented by the
경기의 시상을 심판장
Michel Dumont and Lee Yoon-suk, two of the referees. They'll be presenting the medals to the winners of the women's 3,000 meter relay. Busy weekends for our referees.
수여되는 부상은 세상을 바꾸는 금융 KB의 공식 마스코트 스타프렌즈와 2024 강원 동계 청소년 올림픽 대회 공식 마스코트인 음초 인형입니다.
In third place and the winner of the bronze medal, Team China.
Team China winning bronze will improve their ranking. They were 6th in the world before that final. 5 skaters competed in the relay during weekend's competition. They're being presented the medals by two of the referees, Michel Dumont and Lee Yoon-suk. Skating the final was Fan Kershin, Kong Lee, Shu Shun-wei, and Chang Itse. But skaters racing in the qualifying round are also allowed the medal. So Fan Kershin, Shu Shun-wei, Chang Itse, Kong Lee, and Wang Shirang, the 5 medalists for Team China. The crowd favorites, the Republic of Korea, 6 of them on the podium, taking silver medalist at the last World Championship and then the last Olympic Games. They certainly have their eyes on the top of the podium, but they have to settle for silver on home soil. Skating the final were Kim Gilly, Lee So-yun, Cao Imin, and Shim Suk-hee. There are 2 skaters in the South Korean team skating the quarterfinals and semifinals, also receiving the medals and the mascots. Michel Dumont awarding the final mascots to the Korean team. And here it is, Kim Gilly, Park Ji-hun, Cao Yimin, Shim Suk-hee, Park Ji-hun, and Lee So-yun.
In first place and the winner of the gold medal, Team Netherlands.
Reigning world champion, the reigning Olympic champion, the World Cup leader, and now gold medalist here in Seoul, the Dutch. Skating the final for the Netherlands, Selma Poutsma, Yara van Kerkhoff, Diere van Horschut, and Chandra Belzebub receiving as well their gold medals. The second today for Selma Poutsma and Chandra Belzebub. I believe one of their teammates also competed in the previous rounds, receiving that gold medal, probably unable to step onto the ice. And Michel Dumont, true gentleman, will be awarding the final mascot to that skater. And here it is. Team Netherlands, gold medalist in Seoul at World Cup number 4. Will be taking a break for the holidays at the top of the leaderboard in the women's 3,000 meter relay. Up next, we'll have the final 8, last race of the weekend. The men 5,000 meter relay, 5 teams on track. That means 20 skaters on the track at the Mokdong Ice Rink. Stay tuned.
With this, we will now end the women's 3,000 meter relay medal ceremony.
이상으로 여자 개수 시상식을 마치도록 하겠습니다.
You see here the World Cup standing. Was actually Michel Belzebub, who was injured, could not be on the podium, but still received the medal. And the mascots, sizable lead for the Dutch. Korean second, Canada third, the USA in fourth, Team China fifth, and Poland in sixth place. They won the B final in that event, Team Poland, earlier today. Up next, the men 5,000 meter relay. final. We are a bit ahead of schedule, so might be a short delay before we resume racing with the introduction of the teams in the final A of the men 5,000 meter relay. It was quite a clean race in the women's final. Obviously a bit of time, always a bit scheduled for some of the video reviews that often takes place, especially in the relay. But very clean racing so far in Seoul for this day 3 of the ISU World Cup Short Track. Up next, the men 5,000 meter relay A final. And here's the World Cup standing in this event. Canadians in first place. Unfortunately for them, they were eliminated in the quarterfinals. They are the reigning Olympic champion, the World Cup leader. That will provide an opportunity for the Chinese, the Koreans, the Dutch, the Italians, and Team Belgium to bridge that gap in the overall World Cup ranking for the relay event. And here's the introduction of the finalists. Team Netherlands, Turnboe, Itzhak de Laat, Friso Emmons, and Kai Hausman. We'll hear the crowd shortly as we'll be introducing the home team, Republic of Korea. Park Ji-hon, Kim Gon-ho, Chang Sun-ho, and Hang Dae-hon. First time on the ice this afternoon for Kim Gon-ho, who was penalized in the qualifying rounds on Friday. Busy afternoon for the Liu brothers. Only Liu Xiaowang will be in the team. Team China on lane 3, Liu Xiaowang with Li Wenlong, Chen Siwei, and Sun Long. The Italians from lane 4, silver medalist in the last World Championship, Mattia Antonioli, Toma Nadalini, Pietro Sigel, and Luca Specanazar. A chance for the Italians to redeem themselves. No individual medals today for them. Pietro Sigel, always dangerous with a lot of finishing speed in the last 2 laps. And Team Belgium, the wild card in that final, advanced to the A final. Bit of a dance here, nothing to lose for Team Belgium. Stijn Desmet leading the charge with Adrien de Vectere, Enzo Prost, and Varre van Dam. 5 teams, 20 skaters on the ice, 3 medals at stake. We're going to be racing in Seoul in just a moment. Once again, teams getting ready. Michel Dumont, one last time giving his instructions to the 5 teams. They all have their own lap counter. The men's relay can at times be quite chaotic. Not surprising to see more of a slow start. Many of these skaters have competed earlier today. Probably want to make sure they save some energy. For some, it might be a tactic as well, waiting for more of a finishing kick in the final few laps. Team Korea, as I said earlier, won bronze at the last World Championship. Silver medalist at the last Winter Olympic Games. They also won silver last weekend in Beijing. Team China won bronze at the World Cup on home soil in that event. Helped them move to the second place in the overall ranking of that event. While on the women's side, the Dutch are at the top of the leaderboard for the women's relay. The men are currently in 8th place, so definitely for them a chance to increase their ranking, move up in the ranking. Team Belgium in 5th place overall in the World Cup ranking. As I said earlier, they've been advanced to the final on the referee's decision in the semifinals. The Italians, bronze medalist at the last Winter Olympic Games in Beijing, silver medalist at the last World Championship. Pietro Sigel, typically the one skating the final 2 laps. The Italians currently 6th in the overall World Cup ranking. As I said earlier, Canada was eliminated in the quarterfinals. They are the reigning Olympic champion and World Cup leaders. We had the B final also earlier in the morning session. Kazakhstan won it. So Team Kazakhstan will have the World Cup points of position number 6, and Japan will get the points for the 7th position in the men's relay. 34 laps to go. The pace is set by Team Belgium. Koreans right behind them. China in 3rd. The Dutch in 4th. The Italians, not atypical for them to be more at the back early in the race. Luca Speckenhauser skated the repêchage rounds early in the morning, made his way to the final in the 1500 meter. Has likely recovered from his efforts earlier in the day. The crowd for now, not too loud. They know what short track is all about. Still too early to get excited with their team on top. 28 laps to go now. Team Belgium in 2nd. Shern Siwei for Team China, giving the exchange to his teammate. Clean exchanges so far. That's what we should be expecting early in the race. All teams on the same sequence of exchanges. That might get a bit more messy as we get closer to the last 10 or 15 laps. The inside skaters again need to make sure that they're not interfering with those on the outside track. Clean push by the Chinese, moving from 3rd to 2nd. Fairly consistent pace for now. High 8, low 9 second laps. 8.94 for Team China in that last lap. Hang Dehon keeping his team at the top, receiving the exchange here from his teammate, the veteran for Team Korea, the world record holder in the 1,000 meter. Chinese in 2nd, as I said earlier, the Chinese gold medalists in this event at the last World Championship. That was before the arrival of the Liu brothers. Liu Shaolin not competing in that final, but Liu Xiaowang is. The speed has been picked up. We might see more laps in the 8-second range. 8.74. The Koreans picking up the pace at home. Don't want to spend too much time at the back of the pack. The ice gets a bit more broken, a bit more rusty with the end of that race. So one of the more reason to stay closer to the front. The Belgium, the Italian, stay a bit behind. They need to come back on the rest of the field. The Italians made their move. Now in third, the Chinese back on top, and we've lost the Koreans. And the crowd won't be happy about that one. Despite a good coverage from the Korean team, they're still half a lap behind the field. Maybe a long shot for the podium, certainly not for the win. And the speed is picked up. No one wants to see the Korean coming back in the hunt. The Chinese at the top, the Dutch in second. Will we see the Dutch on the podium for the first time this season? We have 10 laps to go in Seoul, and again the Italians a bit behind. But believe me, if they're in contention in the final 2 laps, we might have an explosion by Pietro Sigel. The Dutch now taking the lead out of the Chinese. What a move made by the Dutch late in that race. The Chinese right behind them, the Italian coming closer. Not as easy for Team Belgium. Stijn de Smet giving his best to come back on the main field, but the depth of the Belgium team might be a bit costly on that one. Who knows? Ain't over till it's over in short track. We'll get to see the 5-lap mark soon. The skaters will be coming for that final relay. About a lap and a half each, but the final relay has to be skated over 2 laps. China trying to create a gap on the Dutch and the Italians. The Italians still in the hunt. Belgium about 20 meters behind. They're hoping obviously for some chaos at the front if they want to make it to the top of the podium. And for now, no hope for Team Korea. Almost a lap behind. The Dutch will now be giving that exchange with 2 laps to go here. The Chinese, the Dutch, the Italians. We are now in that finishing lap. Pietro Sigel, can he come back on the Dutch, making his move? Sigel in second, right behind the Chinese. Liu at the line with Sigel. Too close to call. The Chinese, the Italians, and the Dutch unofficially on the podium. Smart racing by Team China. We have one of the actions currently under video review. The first one has been cleared. Liu Xiaowang, very solid in that final 2 lap. Pietro Sigel gave his best in the final 200 meters. Not enough to get ahead of the Chinese. Was it enough to get ahead of the Dutch? As I said earlier, one of the actions, and likely that final pass by Sigel being under review, but we'll have to wait and see. Very tactical start by the 5 teams. Unfortunately for the home crowd, they saw the Korean team going down with less than 20 laps to go. That led the other 4 teams to pick up the pace. Let's see the highlights here. We might get to see one of the Korean skaters going down late in that race. And here it is, by himself, falling. And here's that final 2 laps. The Dutch hoped they could keep that lead. That final push here where the Chinese took the lead. Great exchange by Team China on that one. Here's Sigel on Itzhak Dalat with a lap to go. Will it be let go or penalized again? Let's wait and see. The action is currently under review. And we'll have the last decision of the day from Michel Dumont, done in just a moment. An excited Team China. The Dutch, as I said earlier, 8th in the overall World Cup ranking. Certainly their best effort of the season. That's why they're so pleased. At a minimum on the podium. If they're not penalized, of course. Let's wait and see for the results and decisions. Fairly clean racing this afternoon in Seoul. It's going to be the holiday break for all of these skaters. The Europeans will be back in Gdansk in early January for the European Championships. The others, some might have national championships in January. And here are the final results. The Italians were penalized, likely in that action with a lap to go. China first, Netherlands second, and Team Belgium in third place will be bringing that bronze medal back home with them. But let's see the official video that will show the penalty awarded to Team Italy. And here it is. In that final lap, end of straight, inside skater failure to give way. At that point, Pietro Sigel was not ahead of Itzhak De Laat from the Netherlands. He should have let go on that one. We still went for it, but that was illegal and penalized, which was called by chief referee Michel Dumont. So that led the Dutch to move up to second and Belgium to third place. Stay with us. One more minute and we'll have the medal ceremony for the men 5,000 meter relay. Last medal ceremony of the competition, the men 5,000 meter relay. What a weekend we had in Seoul.
지금부터 2023-24 KB 금융컵 ISU 쇼트트랙 월드컵 남자 계주 5,000m 시상식을 시작하겠습니다.
Medals will be presented by Mr. Michel Dumont and Mr. Danny Fiorenza.
본경기의 시상은 심판장
Dan Fiorenza Sr. and Michel Dumont, one last time, will be awarding the medals
There are also prizes at KB 500
for the relay and the mascots, of course. Let's not forget the mascots.
The 2024 Gangwon Winter Youth Olympic official mascot doll named Mungcho.
메달과 함께 수여되는 부상은 세상을 바꾸는 금융 KB의 공식 마스코트 스타프렌즈와 2024 강원 동계 청소년 올림픽 대회 공식 마스코트인 뭉초 인형입니다.
In third place and the winner of the bronze medal, Team Belgium. Stage Desmet,
Team Belgium
Enzo Cruz,
advanced to the final, skated smartly, and made their way to the podium. Stijn Desmet, Adrien de Vectere, Enzo Prost, and Fare van Dam receiving their medals and the mascots. Team members training out of Montreal. They were 5th in the World Cup ranking before this event. Might be moving up. Again, Desmet, De Vectere, Prost, and Van Dam.
Team Netherlands, Twan Bort, Itzhak De Laat, Bristo Emmons, Kerry Kuzman, Jens Van Holt.
Team Netherlands will also be moving up in the ranking in the relay events. Turnboer, Itzhak De Laat, Friso Emmons, and Kai Hausmann skated that final. Skated without Jans van Vout. Strong showing by the Dutch, probably inspired by the women's winning gold minutes ago. Team Netherlands. Best short trackers in the world will be in the Netherlands in March for the World Championships in Rotterdam. And here they are, Team China, the gold medalists. The 4 skaters in that final, Liu Wenlong, Liu Xiaowang, Chen Siwei, Sun Long, and they're accompanied by Liu Shaolin, who skated some of the qualifying rounds as well. So the 5 Chinese receiving gold. Solid skating by Team China. They won bronze last weekend at home in Beijing, 2nd in the overall World Cup ranking behind Canada. And we'll likely get to see the updated ranking in a moment, as they just received their gold medal. And we'll have one last family picture, the podium of the men 5,000 meter relay. What a weekend we had at the Mokdong ice rink. Again, the World Cup circuit had the first 2 stops of the season in Montreal in October, Beijing last weekend, Seoul this weekend. World Cup 5 and 6 will be in Europe, Dresden, Germany, and Gdansk, Poland in February. And then we'll crown the Crystal Globe winners. Tight battle in both the men and women's competition. Nothing's played out yet. That will make it even more exciting in Europe next February. And here's the new World Cup standing. China moved ahead of the Canadian. China first, Canada second, Korea third, Belgium now moving to fourth in front of the Dutch now in fifth, Japan sixth, the Italians seventh, and Team Kazakhstan completing the top 8 in the men 5,000 meter relay. 2 events left to be raced in Europe in February. Quite a tight race for the World Cup title in the men event. The skaters are leaving the ice, throwing away some of the mascots to please the crowd who's left at the Mokdong ice rink. Well, that concludes the ISU World Cup short track session. We hope you have enjoyed this broadcast. I'm Daniel Lemay, wishing you a happy holiday season and looking forward to another exciting short track speed skating broadcast in the new year.
With this, we will end the last day of the ISU World Cup short track Seoul, Korea. Thank you all.
이것으로 2023-24 KB 국립컵 ISU 쇼트트랙 월드컵 4차대를 모두 마치겠습니다. 계단을 이용하실 때는 마치지 않도록